like to call the Trotwood-Madison Board Retreat, May 20th, 2023 to order. Ms. Allen, would you call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jeter Freeman?
Yes. And now if we would stand for a pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda for the board retreat on May 20th, 2023.
I second that motion.
It's, thank you. It's been properly moved in second. I know we have a change to add an executive session at the end. And we're not having a student appeal, but we'll review the data. So
Right.
that still falls within that reason.
So you're adding?
An executive
and
session.
you're amending the agenda.
I would like to amend the agenda to add an executive session at the end, which would be after 6. It would
So it'll
be the now 7.
It would be 7. And then the reason would be?
The personnel.
Yes. Okay.
Thank God for coffee.
You ready?
Yes, if
Okay,
you would call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jeter Freeman?
Yes, the motion has been passed to adopt the agenda, adding the executive session for personnel. So we will take a 10-minute or break to grab some coffee, some refreshments, and then, Dr. Cosby, are we in here or the other room?
We're in here.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
All right.
all right.
Coffee. Some good food. Okay. I can't wait to hear the reports, especially from the ELC. That's what my son's doing, man.
Morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
I talked to Dr.
Ms. Moore is just grabbing coffee, but we'll go ahead and, like to thank you all for taking your Saturday to come in so we can engage in the different, functions within the board and assess where we are and things we're doing good, things you all need help with, things that needs to be prioritized on our list of get done. So, Dr. Cosby, if you're ready, we'll start with, I think we're gonna start with the building reports.
So, excuse me.
Yes.
The PowerPoint is under the welcome, under yours. I attached it to, under your, the welcome piece. So you
Okay.
can just go on and the content and click on the PowerPoint there if you like. But it's also on the screen.
Okay, so that would be the PowerPoint, it's opening now. So they'll just roll through?
Yes,
Yes.
each of the building reports are attached, and Ashley's here, so she will talk through hers, and we'll go through each of them.
Okay, and, I thought we'd be set up a little closer, and so I don't want you to feel like this is presentations, this is more discussion. And it is a presentation, but it is engaging, so we'll go from there.
All right, Ashley Anderson, she's our principal at the Early Learning Center.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to Dr. Cosby and President Jeter Freeman and all members of the board. Okay, of course, I cannot see that. So several celebrations for the ELC, starting with our Mighty Rams class. So that is a partnership with Learn to Earn Dayton. It is a hybrid K-1 class, and actually it's become a model for Montgomery County on how to support students and their families. A couple successes within that specific classroom. The students have published a book. I don't have a copy of the book with me, but I will have a copy on Monday. So they have published a book. They did a performance of their version of the Me I Choose to Be. And the exciting part is that the class is also going to expand. So instead of it just being one class, it'll now be 3 classes in the district, kindergarten, first, and second. We are excited to know that we received the ECE grant, which allows us to accept 3-year-olds into our preschool program. Our community partners have increased, so since you have the presentation, I won't read those to you, but we are excited about the number of community partners that we have for the ELC.
And so this is engaging. So the Mighty Rams class, that partnership, that is a really, really good one. If you can you just send that presentation to each of the board? The audition, it wasn't audition, but the program that they did at the high school.
The Me I Choose to Be one?
The Me I
Yeah.
Choose to Be,
The-
in the book.
The book, I will work on that.
And I don't mean right now, I mean, with
Did they?
next.
I'm not sure if they
Did they-
recorded it. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right.
There may be some parents that might have, but I know.
No, if we didn't record it, that's
And it
fine.
might just be, like you said, some pictures and some snippets, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We'll try to find something. to
But
do.
that was a really, really
It
good
was.
program. We did have all of our partners from Learn to Earn there, and the students did a great job on the Me I Choose to Be. They dressed up and,
And
yeah.
Sean actually read the book, Ms. Jeter Freeman's son. He read the book with the kids in the background. The kids were really cute. They were responding like he would read a piece, then they would respond, and all was really cute.
Yes, because they have several of the affirmations memorized, so they read it every morning, so they actually know what to say. As you already know, another celebration, we had our therapy dog that was added to our ELC staff. We love having Pierre around. Living out the mission of the ELC, so this year we updated the mission so that it was actionable for all students and staff members using the acronyms, the letters ELC. So everyone is a member of our school family while learning and growing and celebrating our accomplishments big and small. We are excited that on the Ohio State report card for the 2nd year in a row, we've received all 5 stars in the gap closing section of the report card. So that is a huge celebration, which means, of course, we exceed the state standards expectation for educational gap closing. So that is huge to celebrate. A
That
few,
is huge.
That is, yeah.
a few weeks ago, we had our first annual, so it's something we want to continue to do. But our first annual preschool and kindergarten registration fair, we have maintained our 5-star Step Up to Quality rating for our preschool, and one of our staff members received Most Composed Award from Preschool Promise. Another celebration in our classrooms, we have breakfast and a book. So one of our preschool classrooms and our first grade classrooms, they have basically become pen pals. So on Friday mornings, they go into each other's class, they read books together, and as I said, to increase their writing fluency, we've allowed them to become pen pals with each other. So they are writing letters to each other. Of course, increased our family communication. So our teachers created videos to show parents how to do various literacy and math game activities to increase with students' knowledge and fluency at home. So teachers have taken time to record themselves playing a game with families so that way families know when materials come home, this is how you play the game with your children. Our Zen room, which was a big hit for our staff, to increase their SEL needs. So we have 2 massage chairs, it's low lighting, we have a sound machine, we have various scented oils, that oil diffuser to help with that process as well. And so the supports that are needed, basically we just looked at greater increase in professional development. So 2 areas that potentially focusing on the age and development of our youngest RAMs. So a lot of times understanding that, you know, they learn different because they're younger. And also increasing data analysis, understanding how to read and interpret data to make data-driven decisions. So those are the biggest supports that are needed at the ELC.
Okay.
I know I just breezed through all that, but I know I only have 5 minutes, so.
No, you didn't, yeah, we're good. So board, do you have any comments, questions?
Great
The
job.
Okay. The ECE grant, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, I said, a great job.
Okay. The ECE, we're bringing in the 3-year-olds?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that a different requirement to have a different set of teachers, or
No.
when will we know how many we have?
Right now, we only have, I believe, 3 3-year-olds
Okay.
currently, and so there is no additional requirements of our staff. So it's just that now we are able to, because of that funding that we have, we can expand it up to 3-year-olds.
Oh, so they'll be in the class with 4-year-olds?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's not a separate class?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah, they're in
thank
the
you.
preschool.
Very good information and great job.
Good
I
job.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Ashley. All right. Now it's Madison Park. We have Tammy Rizzo Sterner.
Hello there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wasn't quite as, holistic as.
Would you do better if you see mine?
No, I can see it.
Okay.
Madison Park earned the high ratings, 5 stars for closing achievement gaps.
That's good. We can celebrate that one too.
Yes.
78% of the students receiving small group reading intervention met their growth goals this year. I just don't want you to, I mean, that is a very positive thing, but I don't want you to confuse that with them being on grade level.
So explain the difference between growth and achievement.
Basically, throughout the year, we expect our students to make at least a year's worth of growth in math and reading. In reading, we actually push them to stretch their growth to a year and a half. Some students, you know, they're working toward that, but there's a lot of deficits coming into 2nd and 3rd grade, so we have to provide a lot of additional intervention for those students to try to get them learning their letters, learning their sounds. Our teachers have all taken letters training to try and help them with teaching students all of those things, because a typical 2nd and 3rd grade teacher 10 years ago, they're teaching them how to look for textual evidence in paragraphs that help them to understand the story, to retell the story, to find supporting details and questions. So instead of us being at that level when they come in right now, due to a lot of the learning loss, they're learning letters, they're learning sounds, they're learning sight words, they're learning really just how to read. So that is a very different thing for teachers to be teaching in second and third grade right now because of those deficits. 100% of our students and teachers participated in bi-weekly SEL classes. That was really to help our students understand social emotional wellness, how to self-regulate, maintain self-control, how to play with other students and get along with other students and manage conflict better. Our students, they definitely need good models for how to handle conflict. We do not do that the greatest at this point in second and third grade, so we are working very hard to help the students learn those skills. 100% of our students participated in Muse machine performances, which integrated dance and science. We just did a performance yesterday with our entire third grade. To see some of the students that were interacting in the performance, that you see them in the classroom, they're frustrated, they're not engaged, they're involved in things outside of the classroom that kind of interfere with their learning sometimes, that were actually huge smiles, they were leaders, they were participating. So that was very, very enlightening for me yesterday, because just some of the kids, especially the boys, that they're the ones that you're constantly trying to help them with conflict resolution, and they were just shining in that moment. So that was very cool.
What I was wondering,
I did
can
take a
you
video
show
of
us?
it.
Oh, I thought you would show us the dance.
It was magnetic energy, and there were a few other components of science that were involved, but the kids are reciting things that have to do with the science standards, and then they're doing movements that show that they understand kind of what they're talking about, but the
We did
positives and the
come
negatives.
earlier. Remember and saw one before, and it was really, really nice. The Muse
Yeah.
did it. Were they young? They were the fourth grade?
This is third grade. I think,
Yeah.
I know that there was a kind of
Right.
a performance the other day.
Right.
I don't think that really shed a true light of the entire, when you have 60 kids doing it together and singing and working together through it. I think it just, you understand it more.
Is that one teacher or two teachers that's doing?
She's one teacher, but she works with the classroom teachers and the music teacher.
Okay.
Actually, I can't say that. She works with classroom teacher. We have our ACE teachers, which are the music, PE, computer lab, library, and art. And they all work very collaboratively to help all the students learn their moves and stuff like that.
So what does ACE stand for? I don't.
ACE,
Arts. Something.
it's the academic and cultural enrichment classes is what we call them. Because with our ACE teachers, we try to incorporate our learning standards in reading and math into all of our arts. So they meet with the TBTs on a weekly basis. They understand what they're teaching about in the core curriculum, and then they put some of those components into their specials classes.
Okay.
So it works out very nice, and all of those people help out with reading intervention and math intervention.
Okay. Thank you.
They actually do modeling in the classroom too for some of our younger teachers. 70% of the families participated in Understanding the Third Grade Reading Guarantee workshop presented by Madison Park. That was done prior to the testing in third grade. We had a full gym of families.
Wow.
That came in to learn how they can interact with their kids, how they can work with online programs for the third grade reading guarantee.
That's
They-
huge which if we got 70% of parents to come out,
Yes.
it wasn't sports related, it was related to the testing, so,
And that was all directed by the teachers.
very good. Did we offer to feed the parents? I just wonder. Did-
You know what?
Did they even have snacks
We
after?
did I think we did feed them.
Yeah,
We
70%.
didn't feed them a lot, we just had some snacks.
Right,
Nothing
right.
big.
And we didn't advertise
But,
it
you
like.
know, it was a thing that we want the parents to come in because they want, we want them to
Right.
come in, and they wanna come in. I feel like, you know, sometimes we continue to buy the parents in all the time, and it's like, okay, we also want them to come in because they feel
Right,
like they have a
right.
responsibility.
So that's a huge kudos. If we got 70% of the parents to
That
come
is good. That
to
is
learn
good.
about the third grade reading, that is important.
Student attendance, you know, I put it on there, it did increase, but our attendance, you know, in our earlier years, we really had excellent attendance prior to COVID. We had 96 and 97% attendance rates for our kids. We're still working on rebuilding that. You know, we just, I think the parents have kind of lost focus on how important it is to have your kids in school. And sometimes if it's, I'm not up, or I don't feel good, so I'm not gonna make sure that my students come to school. We had all of the students that, were at risk for attendance, we had letters that went home. I mean, some of the families, phone calls, letters, that they may have 5 or 6 letters for attendance intervention, and just trying to get the parents involved has been a challenge, but we're working on it. We went up a couple percent. Next year, we have some things in mind for hopefully increasing the attendance and providing some incentives for the kids.
What I heard you say, and I hadn't heard before, I haven't, attendance, you just said interventions.
We do, intervention plans for families, like for attendance, if it, you know, if the parent, like, there's some situations where the kids miss the bus and they can't get to school, somebody will go pick them up. I mean, I'll either, if I need to call transportation, I can go call transportation, or I would go do it myself. But those are just, there's other intervention things, just working with the social workers and stuff like that as well, that if the parents need additional, you know, we have some students that are in homeless shelters, and, just trying to work with them with getting the right resources. Because a lot of times it's just where the student is, and you can't do everything for them.
Right.
You can at least try to lead them in the right direction.
Thank you. I do like the attendance interventions, though.
Presently, we are preparing for the reading rebound program over the summer. As you know, over the last couple of years, it's been hard to get teachers to agree to work over the summer, or to be excited about working over the summer. I have 10 teachers, and I think I have 2 more that wanna do it. But I have to reel in the kids. I don't know how many kids are gonna be able to reel in for this program, but we're trying to offer it to, you know, just about anybody that wants to come. We'll have the teachers lined up. I believe
It was on our hand carry and it got approved, yeah.
so, those teachers are gonna be working very intentionally with those students, over the summer that choose to attend that program. Challenges, any other questions about any of that?
Any other questions, board? Comments?
I would like to comment. One of the things when we had our Heroes of the Household, and there's really nowhere for that to be on this, so I think this is a good spot to put that in. We sent out a survey for the parents, and we got a lot of response. 156 parents responded, and the 2 highest things sort of lead to what you were saying about them showing up 70% to find out the third grade reading guarantee. Well, our highest ones were higher expectations by staff of their kids. And, you know, we were surprised because a lot of times we think that parents may just want their kids to, you know, just get helped and pushed along. But no, higher expectations. And the very highest one, they wanted to know the students' learning styles. And so I had to ask the parents, you know, what did that mean to you and why was that important? And because they said that it helped them, you know, help their children learn how to do homework, or, you know, do I read to my child, or do I have them read to me, you know, because are they auditory or whatever. It was
And those are things
really
that,
good
yes,
information.
Our teachers try and let parents know some tips for helping their students read, learn to read, learn how to understand what they're reading, kind of types of questions you ask after a story, giving them some guidelines for the types of books that they could be reading with their kids, that are age appropriate and on their level. So we have even gotten to where we send, I don't wanna say readables, decodables. We send decodables home to the parents so that they know what their students are working on. And those are all things that we copy and send. We don't have hard copies of it, we use just paper copies. Challenges, students needing mental health services continues to increase yearly since 2019. That, and I think really adults too. I'm just gonna be honest and put it out there. The staff and the students, you know, mentally they are needing that assistance. Our students, you know, when you have the mental health challenges taking place, a lot of that carries out into the classroom, especially if they have mental health concerns as well as reading deficits, or academic deficits. All of that kind of really comes out in the classroom, and, you know, we have people that are available to provide support for those students that need time out, or not time out, need breaks, need some, sensory explorations to happen. We have put some things out on the hallway floors where the kids can go out and do some movement, some sensory exploration, and, we just, our mental health therapist, our social worker, and our, children's
The
resiliency coach, they all have kind of gotten to where they work together, and, you know, they try to see regularly every student that kind of has those regular challenges. You know, it has been a very positive addition to the building. It supports teachers, and it really supports students and parents, just trying to get them to understand their own well-being. Students needing intense small group reading intervention has increased yearly as well since 2018. And again, that's just trying to get back to where we were prior to COVID. I think that we had a very good program going prior to 2018. We had, I don't know if you remember, we had initiated the small groups, I think in 2015, and we were seeing a lot of growth every year. And it was carrying forward to the upper grades, the 4th, 5th, 6th grades. So, the small group reading intervention, if we can get the kids younger, get them on point, then I think that we have a better chance of seeing growth in the later years. A challenge, lack of substitute teacher pool makes it difficult to cover classes without interruption. I know that we have 2 people that are working, but we are still kind of scrambling to get things covered when people call off. It's very important to have substitutes that we can call when we have teachers out. I have some teachers next year that, you know, I'm getting a little younger flow of teachers, so they're starting to have the weddings and babies and all of that stuff. So
So you have people lined up to be substitutes for you?
I have a couple people that.
You mean that you can
are
call on a?
On my radar.
on a
for-
day?
Very good.
For my, I have a teacher that's due in July, and
Okay.
so, and she's very concerned about what's gonna happen to the students in first six weeks when she's not there, so, and she wants to have that consistency, so I do have someone lined up for that. Student transients, I don't know if I said that right.
That's right.
173 students have newly enrolled or withdrawn, which makes up 40% of our student population that is coming and going throughout the year. This interferes with consistent student growth throughout the building. I mean, I don't know if
Wow.
you guys realize how many students come and go in the district every year, but it is
Really, I didn't know.
ridiculously high.
Yeah, that is
And
ridiculously
so,
high.
you know, sometimes I just think that this, it's not a reason, but it does have an effect moving from grade level to grade level. And you know, people say, well, why are they going from third grade and they're here, and then they go to fourth grade and they're here? Well, how
They're
many
different
kids are new?
students.
How many kids have left? And, you know, unfortunately, in my experience, we've seen a lot of the kids that, you know, they're rolling along, they're doing good, they've met a lot of the proficiency points, but as they move forward, they're not here.
Mm.
So, I just think that that's a number that we need to be aware of when we look at data across the district.
So if we put that as a challenge to all of us, the board and superintendent and staff, so what I hear, retention of students would be a challenge for us. And so in order to address that, because 48% of your students flow, and I appreciate that you have the numbers. I appreciate that you're looking at your building to say, these are the factors that are playing into what I need to do to teach these students to be effective. And you're looking to say, these are some barriers, and 48% is, for me, that's kind of eye-opening, because, as you said, some on the higher level are leaving out, and some, I don't know if it's due to open enrollment, but they are flowing in. So that's a challenge for us. Board, what's your thoughts on retention of how do we, and I know there's no
And I
easy
really
answer.
think that, I mean, I feel like the district has made it very, I don't wanna say convenient for parents to be here. I mean, we offer them a lot of amenities that they may not get somewhere
Mhm.
else. I mean, as far as transportation for a lot of different things. We offer them, you know, the food and, the social workers, the assistance and resources. You know, I feel like that there's things in place, but until you get the stable families that are seeing it as a long-term thing.
Right.
When you go to school, you know, a lot of us, we went to Trotwood or we went wherever. We were here at the start and we were here at the finish. And that is just, as you can see, not quite as normal as it used to be.
Marnie wanted to add something, you know, she looks at our data and all, I think she wanted to add.
Last year, district-wide, full district, 52% either came in or left during the school year.
Thank you.
So, I guess one of the things that I would wanna know too, cause I agree with you that we do a lot of stuff to try to engage them to stay. I wonder, are those movements, some of them I'm sure is because we're near the military base, people come and go, or jobs, or lack of jobs, so now I need to find somewhere else to live, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know exactly, you know, the why.
I feel like ELD,
Mhm.
we, like, to that point, we usually experience it, I hate to say it, but it's
Thank you.
That's good.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, thank you.
President
Thank you.
Jeter Freeman,
Yes.
and I know we've discussed this before, but we really have to compete for kids. There's a lot of community schools, there's a lot of charter schools, and, you know, I get stuff in the mail constantly. And there is even a confusion between us and the charter school in Trotwood. People think that's us. So we have to differentiate ourselves, and we have to compete for our students. We have to tell them about the transportation. We have to tell them about the food programs. We have to tell them about the robot. They have to know. They don't know, a lot of them. And we have to find a way to get them engaged so that they can know, whether that's mailers, whether that's, I know we've done billboards in the past, we've done radio commercials in the past, but I'm not so much looking at the attrition, people going out. I'm looking at how do we move forward and bring students in? Because you're gonna have that revolving door. Every district, I truly believe, has attrition, because people move, lives change, things happen, tax time. But I think the focus would be on how do we grow our daily census? How do we attract children? Because people are moving in Trotwood. That's why we're building so many homes, but their kids aren't coming in.
And I would say that, I know, for example, it's almost a little bit of a running joke. We have a good, social media, opportunity to put things out there, and the ELC is on there almost every day with the cool things that they're doing. And the other buildings do things as well too with that type of thing. We have sent out mailers. We do notify the community of things that are happening. I know we're running we have a radio ad going on now about enrollment. So, you know, we're trying some things. I know you can always do a little bit more, but, we do understand the need for that, and we are working on it.
Yeah, as long as we're tracking it too, what are our outcomes? Because it doesn't matter if we're doing, you know, all these things, we gotta, like you had a presentation, I think, before, on social media, and we can track.
Yeah,
How
get
many people
those.
are actually using the website? How many people are going there?
Right.
And what we're looking at, because
Yeah.
President Jeter Freeman always says we have to track the data. And I think that's, to see where we can get the most bang for our buck.
Yeah, we're pulling them on their website now with their Heroes of the Household stuff is on there, we're pushing that.
Oh, Ms. Cherry would like to make a comment.
Sure, Ms. Jerry, sorry.
I just want to say the information that you provided to us, both of you young ladies, was great information. And the data that you guys provided to us, we as a district, I do believe, we have a lot going on and a lot of positive things going on. There are a lot of resources that are available to our families. We can't force and make them. And that's one of the things I want you all to understand, or I want you all to appreciate yourselves on how you push and all the interventions that you guys put in place. Like she said, you know, she goes pick up students herself, call transportation. You notice when the tax season, you know, you have an influx here. I mean, all of that weighs in. The pandemic put a halt on the world. So what was then is not the new norm. So it's challenging for all of us to try to put in interventions, attract our students, attract kids. Kids, as I would always say, can't help where they live and who their parents are. So if the parents are not engaged, if you can't draw the parents in, it's very difficult. But I do like what you said when you said you had a percentage of parents, 156 parent surveys that went out. These are things that we are doing to try to increase our enrollment and everything that we can do for our students and our families. But at the end of the day, it is the ultimate responsibility of that parent. And we have parents that are in homeless shelters. We have, it's a lot of challenges that we have. So I want to embrace what you are doing, and let's try to continue to have a positive outcome and be the best that we can to serve our students. So I do appreciate you all.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna be Tabitha Harden, but nowhere near as knowledgeable about her information as she would be. And so for that reason, as I'm going along, if anyone wants to raise your hand and add to something that you know that I'm not saying, please feel free. Is that okay if they do that, since we're
Yes.
sort of interactive here? Now, Tabitha looked at it a little different. She did what she called end-of-year reflection. So this is a list of things that they've been doing there. Westbrook Village will have a staff retreat. They have consistent expectations for all of her staff, and she definitely does hold everyone consistent. When I go to her building, you can tell that everybody is on point there, you know, where they're supposed to be, and she does hold constant expectations. They do co-teaching and co-planning. That means that teachers are working together to actually teach their classes and also to plan and prepare for that. They hold data meetings, that's TBTs, teacher-based team meetings, and then that goes up to their BLT meetings where they talk about the data and they make decisions for their children based on what they see, who's moving, who's not, that type of thing. Embedded professional development opportunities for staff. That means that their staff decides things that they wanna see done and that they need, and so it's embedded in the work that they do. A little differently than, when you have professional development that you go out to, so they actually embed it in what they're doing. Also, teachers can present that as well, can present some of that professional development. Building-wide PBIS system, that's positive behavior intervention and supports, for anyone that's not familiar with that. All of our buildings have PBIS, and we have it, you know, as a district, and that's how we encourage our students to follow the I don't wanna say rules, the expectations, right, of their buildings. SEL circles, and it says staff, the staff, I'm thinking run that, but I know there are 4 kids, or could be 4 kid and a student if needed. And SEL is social emotional, and they do it for staff. Right, if staff are having, issues, they can do it for them.
I'm sorry, repeat that, you said it's the social what?
Social emotional learning, that's what the SEL stands for. And those circles are like, let's say 2 staff members are having, you know, a disagreement, they have co-teaching. And then they can do a circle and talk with one another and have someone to sort of help mediate that situation.
And those are the ones before we call the restorative, they were under the.
Circles?
Yes, I think,
An SEL circle is a restorative practice.
Right.
That is a strategy.
Yes.
A restorative strategy to have an SEL circle. And so it can be a building-wide staff, SEL circle, or a small group circle, depending on what the concern is.
So it's a way to answer concerns in the building. Okay, and develop common grading system. And everybody knows about the Green Bronx machine, I think. That is, you know, their hydroponic growing of greens. And the cool thing about it is they're actually not just growing it, they're actually eating what they
Yeah.
grow.
Yeah,
And that program is steadily growing,
Yeah.
adding more. And
So-
all the teachers now, you know, it started out just being a science project or a STEM project, but now they're really, all the teachers are wanting to be involved too. So it is now a STEM building-wide project.
And for the board members that didn't get a chance to attend OSBA conference last November, Ms. Cossey was there and she was presenting, and she had a display of that at the conference in the student section. And so they started the year planting, they're actually harvesting, I believe, and cooking and eating now as we're closing out the year. So that's a pretty cool program. It's
really cool.
really, really nice.
That is one of those things too, and, you know, a lot of teachers, can get on board for something, but boy, Ms. Cossey took it on and just ran with it. She did have the personality to get it going and really moving forward, so that was a good thing. There's got a School of Excellence in Prevention. They had that celebration the completion of their letters training, new curriculum for science and social studies, and I'm sort of just reading through these because they're things, you all know what we're talking about. Teacher-led book study, Westbrook Village website, they have a store for fundraising. They do popcorn fundraiser. Westbrook Village is really, getting back into fundraising the more traditional way that we're used to, so that's why you see some of these things up here. ACT team support from the ESC.
Now, what is?
Is that the same ACT?
Yeah.
No, that's for, students with special needs.
Okay.
Usually those students with autism spectrum.
Oh, it's the autism.
There's a
Okay.
team that comes in and supports the teachers,
Yes.
but we also have a support, they support the ELC as well.
Thank you, right. And that's something that I know the state is gonna require us to be doing, so we already have these teams that come and help. Okay, developing a Zen zone to support staff members' mental health. I don't know what theirs look like, I haven't been in there, but it probably looks a little bit like the one we heard about before. They do have their mental health therapist and their resiliency coordinator from Children's. Okay, now we wanna test my eyesight. That was for staff, and now we're going to do, students. Consistent expectations for all students. They hold community time on Mondays, and I understand that's been going on for a long time, because at one point, Ms. Mallory was there as principal, but I showed up one Monday morning, and it was really cool. That's when they announced, the students who have followed all their RAM PBIS things, and they call them up, or they did really well on the math test. I think they gave out T-shirts the day I was there for math and reading, success. And it's really, really a good opportunity for the students to praise one another, so I really like that. Also, they talked about teachers who had done things well as well. Then, again, the building-wide PBIS system, which we just spoke on. Girls on the Run, I know that's been going on for a while. One thing I do like is when things don't stop when you change, you know, the leadership. So Girls on the Run has been going on. News Machine is also at Westbrook Village. They hold family events. They do SEL circles with their students. They hold restorative conversations there. All students were engaged in STEM, and that's what we were talking about, the hydroponics. Quarterly PBIS celebrations. Allwood Reads program for the 4th grade, and Allwood is where they went to a field trip for that. She mentions again the Green Bronx Machine, their garden towers and all of their science classrooms. They held a fire prevention program and Nifty 50 celebrations. Was that like a 50-day? I know people do the 100-day. What's the 50 Nifty 50?
That's another, program that's, sustainable with Westbrook. It is the attendance, incentive. So students who have come to school 50 days in a row, they celebrate attendance every 50 days of the school.
And if you manage those 50,
You come to school every 50 days. On that 51st day, there's an ice cream bar with 50 different ice cream toppings that you can choose from.
help me count down those days. I will be there on day 51.
You can count down every day.
Yeah, count it down. I will be there on day 51. You know, when you randomly go, you miss some of the really good stuff, right? Okay, our needs, monthly half-day professional development in the areas of PBIS, SEL, restorative practices, conscious discipline, differentiation, wonders, and iReady. So what she's asking, is like once a month on a Wednesday, if the kids could go home early and teachers could have, professional development in the building to cover these items. Scheduled intervention time, building-wide. Again, she's asking if that can be a part of, you know, the school day. And one of the things in our survey that we did ask about, how did parents feel about like an extended school day or adding time to it? And then did not get high marks. And so, you know, that would be something we would have to try to schedule within the time, the hours that we have now. Or it could be something, the intervention after school, something along those lines that parents would know that they can bring their children to and from. But that's something she's asking us to think about. Then she's asked for a culinary cube and an additional plant machine. Now, I'm not exactly sure what a culinary cube is, but I'm guessing it's something to do with making something of those vegetables, some kind of way to cook them, because culinary is like cooking. So we'll get more detail from her on that. Any questions on Westbrook Village that maybe between all of us we can answer? She's
Any
pretty
questions
straightforward.
for? No questions, comments?
Okay, then we can move on to our next building. Here's the middle school. So they created a student leadership group at the middle school. They created an international road. Flags of students from other countries are on that hallway. And then they have another School of Excellence award winner. Higher TFI ratings in PBIS, and that is tiered fidelity, inventory, that's the test name, right? So a higher rating in PBIS. Improved our tier 2 team and our PBIS system. They completed building mission statement that aligns with the district, family, students, and teacher assisted. The mission of Trotwood-Madison Middle School is to create a safe and inclusive community for all stakeholders that prepare students for graduation by promoting academic success through leadership development, global awareness, social-emotional development, and 21st century skills. And I will say this, I watched the development of this. One of the things that Mr. Gibson did this year that he did differently from last year was make a concerted effort to include his staff in a lot of the decisions that were made. So they set up their counseling room, and they put up on the wall like the mission statement. And all the teachers were allowed an opportunity to come in and to, comment.
Yes.
Say, can we use this word instead of that word? Or, I don't think that's quite what we're trying to say. And everybody had input in that. And that wasn't the only thing that he did that way. He actually did quite a few things where he included his staff. And, we saw significant growth in that area. And that was really pleasing. Increase the number of students enrolled in the arts. They had a successful first year with Project Lead the Way in grades 6 through 8. You may have seen some pictures on social media where students are like doing blood pressure and things like that. And I know we ordered some kind of brains.
They had sheep brains. They had to learn how to find tumors in brains, and then their project grade was on how uniquely they could extract the tumor from the brain that they ordered, learning what they ordered class. So very hands-on.
So it was like a diagram, you said sheep brains or?
Real brains.
Oh, okay.
That was a strange word.
Okay.
And it does happen at like CTCs and things like that. They order like real things like that. I was at one time on a visit, and all these little live chicks had shown up. And I'm like, what is that? And they said, we actually will grow them from the little chicks into chickens. The same thing, it's literally hands-on. And Project Lead the Way is costly, but the level of engagement for our
as an idea, because we know that we've sent our students and wanted to send them to DC in the 8th grade since my kids attended here 10+ years ago. And it just so happens that a person that I'm working with, students attend a different school, is in 7th grade. She's actually, she said the trip with them, they've been told as 7th grade parents, this is gonna be $1,000 trip, so start planning now. She's been doing those cake box cookies, and she's allowing her son to make the cookies and help package them, and they've raised quite a bit of money, and they've been doing
As
it
an
now.
individual family?
As an
they
individual,
decided
this
to
is
do
just
make
her
the
way to show him, this is how you're gonna do this, I'll help you. So she's helping, and they're doing that, but that's just an idea of how, you know, that trip is happening for most all
Right.
7th grade students, and how.
One of the things that we're working towards as a county is to develop that passport idea so that parents know where the kids are going each year so that they can prepare for that, and so that it's not a lot of redundancy in our field trips, and they get the opportunity to go a lot of places. And, yeah, that is a good way to fundraise, selling cookies, you know, so we're gonna have to try to bring back, and some people already do it, so don't get me wrong, I know that there has been some fundraising by our staff and everything.
I have a question.
We gotta be more intentional, and like I said, if you're 7th grade, you know, it's 8th grade.
I have a question. You mentioned the passport. So is the 8th grade trip always to DC, or is the passport an opportunity for them, meaning the students, to select an area or a place that they would like to go?
Probably not for a big trip like that, so that would be 8th graders know you're going to DC. And like the type of trip, I don't know, the trips align with their curriculum. So like if it's time to go down to Kentucky to the, what's down in
National.
Newport, Kentucky, yeah, to the, so those kids know that that aligns with their curriculum, that's where they're going. So usually that's the way they determine.
Okay.
They
So
try
one
to
of-
make sure that it fits with their curriculum. That's the way we can get grants to go. Yeah. Is it-
And knowing early on, I mean, is key, instead of like last minute trying to, you know, get monies for families so that their child can attend. So if, let's say, the first week of school, first month or something like that of school, if we actually know where we're gonna go, and we can start, and, you know, I know at the church that I attend, we do change for change. So the students come in, my youth students come in, and they put change in, and they watch it grow, and then we have 2 or 3 different places where we would like, we suggest, we come up with a place, and we watch it grow. It's change for change, and we, at the end of the year, it's not as heavy on the parents' pockets.
For a parent,
So, yeah,
right, 'cause-
it's just
so you
planning.
take that money and just
Mhm.
divide it up.
And divide it up.
And that's how we do here when we do fundraising as well. That money is, collected and then distributed. Yeah. He has nearly 40 students with summer jobs, and they've developed partnerships with Youth Works for that. Quarterly student competitions with student voice of activities. Anybody want to speak to that one? Have you been over and seen? Obviously, if the student voice, the kids, to your point, are choosing what it is they want to do, and they have competitions. All right, thank you. Next slide. Supports needed professional development opportunities throughout the year, monthly half-day PDs for staff. Supports for their tier 3 students that are not responding to the school's intervention. Tier 3 are our highest need students. So, that's what we're talking about. And, just FYI, Mr. Warner has arrived. Good morning, good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you. Okay, anybody have any questions on the middle school?
Just have one. With the 40 students with a summer job, that's a partnership that can,
With Youth Works,
with
yes.
Youth Works. And also, the students can work, I believe, up until age 18.
With the
youth-
job that they
with-
get there?
Yes, I mean, so, say for instance, you're working at the court building for, you know, your 8th grade year, your 9th grade year. If you're good there, you can return there, or if not, you can probably go to the police station or wherever it is, but it's the partnership, and you can maintain that until you're 18 years of age. And then, after you turn 18, you can still work in that same place, but you'll just be up under the 18 to the 21-year-old, but it's still under actual youth works.
Youth works is
So
through
that's a
that program.
partnership that we can build with.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds, it's really cool that, you know, it starts when they are 16, they can get a work permit, right? And
It's
they-
actually, with youth works, it started at 14.
14 years old. All right. You know what, I worked at a Y, and I think it was that type of program, it wasn't called Youth Works, but it was a program, and, I worked at, a Y, and it was called Shop High Y. Ms. Brown is here also. I'm just, you've seen who's already here, Sam Newton. All right, we're ready to move on to the next one. Trotwood-Madison High School. There were many additions to the high school during the school year. They are proactive in their development of a matrix for their SEL, discipline, and professional development. They have worked extremely hard throughout the course of the school year to hire, maintain, and make sure they had highly qualified staff in front of the students. They continue to move toward making the building safe and secure throughout the school year, utilizing some of the new technologies, and, for example, the evolve detectors, faith and aggression sensors, Notify 360, Go Guardian. They upgraded video surveillance, and now there's a new PA system in the building. Higher percentages of test taking as well as test pass. They have created a process where we are able to get our students ready for graduation without having to go outside of the district to achieve their skills and credentials. This process has and will continue to save the district money and increase our graduation rates, also making us self-sufficient in the process. And you guys, remember we've had, for the board, a presentation of our, what is it, Yellow Belt and the other, Sigma, we have a lot of skills that our kids can get, and that's what is being referenced there. So the kids aren't passing the, Ohio education test, end of the year exam, I'm sorry, they can go for SEALs. The athletic programs are continuing to grow and compete at high levels. Band has grown and is establishing itself as the premier band of the Midwest, traveling and dominating their competition. Choir is growing and now has several performances under their belt. They're growing the numbers and excitement in their program. Band and choir have combined to create a new group of performers called Eclectic Blends, and they were on display on Thursday. We were at our meeting, but I understand we had at least one board member who is not
Sydney.
here. Mr. Davis attended after the board meeting, because it lasted quite a while, I understand. And I heard it was excellent.
I
So
heard rave
I did get a
reviews as
couple
well.
videos.
Yes.
Were you
Rave-
able to get that in, Mr. Chairman?
No, but I've just heard rave reviews about, that concert.
Yeah, me too. I really heard that it was really well. So, maybe we can ask to get a little repeat, or if they do have a video, they could send it to us to show. Black History Month program was a huge success, increasing participation and building more interest in the arts. The ROTC program has established itself as one of the city's go-to programs when military colors are required or desired. So what we get to see is not just us, they actually do this at other places, which that is impressive, that people call our program to do that. ROTC raised funds and took a culminating trip to New York City competition in Michigan. We had development of a new and aligned mission statement through the building leadership team. Okay, establishment of data collection and analysis processes for TBT, BLT, following the 5-step process. The art department made various African American history mugs that were auctioned off as a fundraiser for prom. National Honor Society volunteered for golf outings in the fall. 3 blood drives during the school year. Trunk or treat with the city of Trotwood. They made Christmas cards for the residents of Friendship Village and Valentine's Day cards for the patients of Children's Hospital. This is another one where our students definitely show leadership. Students earn 50 industry recognized credentials, that's what we sort of mentioned, the Lean Six Sigma, Yellow and Green Belts, Leadership, and FEMA. FFA, second year that Future Farmers of America had 20 members who also participated in this year's FFA fair and competition. It never ceases to amaze me that our kids are interested, but I think we have to get out of the mindset that farmers, live somewhere other than here, because we have farmland here and farmers, and our kids can really make a good career out of that if they're interested. The teacher, Erin Hayes, was recognized as a top 10 finalist for Future Farmers of America Teacher of the Year, called the Golden Owl Award. Student Government Association had visits to the Ohio State House and the Cincinnati Museum. Preliminary EOC passing data, 82 kids passed Algebra 1, 25 passed Geometry, 125 Biology, 208 American History, and 145 in Government. Spidey, again another thing that we saw, developed in beginning their program, working with the holistic view of our students. They're developing student leaders. So that was the group that was at our Thursday meeting. Scholarships, I went over for that. They received just under $1 million in scholarships, and they're still counting. That was a really good program, and I didn't get a chance to share with the board or community, but I was allowed to honor my parents and my husband's parents with $1,000 scholarship for both. So that was very nice to me. Areas where supports are needed are needed in some of our successes. Our evolved system has been effective in stopping various items from entering the building. However, in order to appropriately monitor the system, greater staff presence is needed to give a more thorough check of student bags as they enter the building. Students currently entering the building for breakfast beginning at 7:30 a.m. There's only a skeleton crew of staff in the building at that time, and our teachers do not have to enter the building until 7:45. So they need to either change the teacher entry time or offer stipends to teachers to assist with student entrance. Those two things are sort of connected. It's a scheduling thing that we have to figure out. How do we have staff there when we need them? So we'll work on that. All right, and next we have Ram Nation Virtual Academy. They have a newsletter committee, and RNVA stands for Ram Nation Virtual Academy. Student District Mentor honored at the Franklin B. Walter Scholarship. That was a really nice, they had a luncheon, and Nyla was honored, and Ms. Latham was the teacher that she selected, and so they came, and it's a big deal to get this particular scholarship. There's one in each of our 16 districts in our county. Effective communication tools. Again, I know that he mentioned that the walkie-talkies are now working. They also use Parent Square, Ram Nation Virtual Academy,
have
Ram Nation
extra?
meetings, SEL progress monitoring and weekly updates, and they have career Thursdays.
Just a comment, did they have extra T-shirts left?
I'll find out, cause you know it's a small population.
Yes,
so they
I
may
did
have
come
been
to
able
their
just-
event last year where they hosted the families, and I was able to get a T-shirt.
Get a
I
t-shirt.
wasn't able to attend this year, so.
Okay, I'll find
I
out if
missed
they had
that
any
T-shirt.
extras.
How many students?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
So you still got an opportunity there.
Okay, so the 25th board, and I think you're right, I did see that. I think we have an invitation to it
How many
on the
students
25th.
are-
One of the things that I figured out when we talk about how to advertise ourselves is by wearing, gear, and that way people will ask you, what's that, you know? And so T-shirts are really a good way to do things.
Dr. Cosby, how many students are in the Ram Academy?
I know there were about 60, have we increased it, D3? 112 now, in that influx at different times? 112.
And what grades that varies? K through 12, okay.
All right, anybody else have any questions? Did I read this one? Virtual parent-teacher organization, sorry, VPTO. They have tier sections, learning coaches cabinet, parents virtual learning coach accounts, virtual student monitor. They have an artist group. I have seen some of their artwork. Sometimes they are posted out here, and they've done some beautiful artwork. They partner with Samaritan, Youth Against Violence, restorative family sessions, academic and SEL needs. Conscious discipline methodology is used, and now they mentioned that end of year annual celebration, family, parents, and community. I guess they, you know, it's still up there. Those are their honor roll students from Ram Nation Virtual Academy. They put them up, and it's pretty cool to see that. One of the things I noticed about the pictures, I think some of them were taken on camera, you know, because it looks a little like they're seeing them that way, but that's the way they interact, so.
In regards to their artwork, the students put together some really, really nice
And they're
artwork.
thoughtful.
Right, and we have a lot of hallway, that some of those could be highlighted, some of it could be
And we've had
auctioned.
it done before. I think what happens is they sort of took them with them.
Oh,
But
okay.
we can constantly remind them that they can put them up.
Yeah.
Because they can put them up for a amount of time and then take them
Right,
home.
right.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I think I get to sit down now.
Any
And this
other
will be Jill
questions for-
Adams. We're talking about grants, unless you have some questions of any of that.
I have a
Okay.
statement. I'm
Statement.
thinking, in reference to virtual learning, I would like the board and superintendent and staff at large, and domestically here today, I would like us to start to think about using the virtual academy as a secondary or a subsidiary as a plan and steps when dealing with repeat offenders or high-risk, I would say, students, or transitioning into hybrid more as a step in if they're having issues dealing with the social atmosphere. I had some issues this week where we were dealing with some children that had some social issues, if you will. And I was wondering that when I was talking to those parents, if they were more fluid with technology, maybe that would have been more accessible in suspensions A and B before we get to a extraneous level of care for them. It's just an idea.
It's a good idea.
I would
We-
really like to
Yeah.
put some more energy into our RAM Academy, because going into this century that's next, I probably won't be around for, I'm thinking there's gonna be more computer, more coding, more techno, and I think that would be our wave that we're kind of following and trending towards. But that 100-some students, I feel like we have some that possibly those 500 that we lost in there, probably that could have been an option, at least 10% of those students, maybe.
No, I mean, that's one of
Hypothetically.
the things that we have sort of mentioned, is it possibility for an alternative setting within Ram Nation Virtual Academy? Because these parents that we have here now, they are choosing that for, you know, different reasons. Their
ma'am.
kids haven't gotten in trouble. But we definitely hear what you're saying, and we are thinking about how would that look? You know, how would we, be able to, you know, get those kids taught, and what programs would we use? Because you're right, I mean, an alternative to out-of-school suspension, allowing them to learn that way would be a good idea. We have a few kids that we're doing it with now, so it is sort of being piloted, I would say.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
it's not an actual part. Miss Mallory, I see you back there itching, what you need?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, so we do have, you know, students who, in lieu of expulsion.
Yes, ma'am.
And things like that, we have recommended that they attend or transfer them to the examination.
So we are, okay.
But we also have to look at the current platform that we use for the virtual academy. It calls for a lot of parent involvement.
Yes.
It's not a tool where kids really can just be at home all day.
And leave them there.
And if they are not, if they don't have initiative and that
Acclimated.
self-drive to get on, you know, they're gonna need the support of family or someone to be there
Mhm.
and make sure that they're getting on and things like that. So before we just transfer
Right.
them over, we look at kind of the total package,
Mhm.
home life, if parents.
If it's
can
suitable.
support that or not. Because
Right.
we don't wanna send them to renovation and then they're really just.
And then they
on the
decline.
And then potentially failing anyway. So that's why we said it's gonna take looking at it, because it would probably be a separate curriculum, the opportunity to go back to school when it's time, you know, it's a whole different, but it's definitely worth us, you know, spending some time looking into, so thank you.
What services do we provide for children that are expelled from school, in-person classes? And if they're not, if the Realm Nation Virtual Academy is not acceptable for them?
So when a student is expelled from school, I don't want to kind of get off topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Expelled from school really means expelled from school. So when you're expelled, you are not allowed to attend any school in the state of Ohio.
Really?
So that would also mean a Grand Nation Virtual Academy, because it's considered in school.
Mhm.
So a student who is recommended for the virtual academy in lieu of expulsion means they wouldn't be expelled. Okay.
Yeah, it did, thank you.
And that's, Ohio Revised Code, that's what expulsion means, they're out of school. We're ready for
Thank
Jill
you.
Adams, our grants coordinator.
Okay. I am starting just with an update for you of some newly awarded grants from this school year. We were awarded a Drive to Succeed grant, from the Ohio Department of Transportation, which means that we will be able to pay for the in-person driver's education courses for a limited number of students, so that then they can, get their driver's license. So that we're hoping to get kicked off in the fall. We should receive the funds sometime in July, and then we can advertise when kids come back to school, and they can do that. We have 2 years to spend it, so, hopefully, I'm sure we'll spend it all. There are a lot of kids who would like to do this.
What would the requirements be? Because I assume we can accommodate all of them.
No, so when we wrote the grant, we put that kids had to have, within the first semester of school, 5 or fewer unexcused absences and at least, 2.5 GPA. So kids that we hope would attend the classes and finish the classes.
True,
We thought that
true.
that would be a good requirement for them. We were awarded the Ohio K-12 School Safety Grant, so we received just under $63,000 there, and we've already spent the majority of those funds this year. For next year, we were awarded the Stronger Connections Grant at $87,000. We applied for an additional, at least I think about $120,000. We won't know for sure if we get that money until July. We're focusing on expanding our conscious discipline programming,
Mhm.
and the extra funds would allow us to do even more work with that. And then we also applied for the Equity for Each grant. We applied for $200,000. They will be awarding between $25,000 and $200,000 for the districts that they choose. And we will be using those funds to research and develop additional career pathways in high school if we receive those funds. Any questions about those?
Yes, can you expound on the safety grant?
I'm sorry.
Can you expound on the safety grant? What is that actually used for?
I didn't see the 21st Century Grant. Can you give me some background on application for
Yes.
that one?
This-
Because
this
that
year-
was our,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
it's for the new board members. That was our big pot of money that we used to fund primarily our after-school and summer programs. So,
So you're correct, we used the 21st Century Grants in the past to pay for after-school programming. And we had a hard time staffing that, the last year that we had the grant. We didn't have it this year, but we had it the year before. So this year we partnered, with the community organization, we partnered with Grace Cathedral, so they actually applied for the grant. And we are their school partner. Nobody can apply for that grant without a school partner. So what that means is that if that grant is awarded, they will host the program. We will still manage the funds here. But they knew that they had the staffing capacity to run that program, and we had struggled with that. So our hope is we'd be able to serve more students that way. That's another one we won't know until July.
so, but we as a school district did not apply for the 21st Century Grant
You can
because
only-
of staffing?
You can only apply one way. You can't apply with a community partner and with yourself.
Exclusive of any community partner. We, the school district that had the grant, is my question. Did we apply for it exclusive of thinking about a partner or anything? Just because it was a primary source for our funding for our after-school and summer school?
We applied for it as a partner with, you have to apply with a community partner. So we partnered with that group. They submitted the application that we were together.
Yeah, this year we applied with a partner, but in past history, if I remember correctly, Ms. Allen, you might remember.
Yes.
Have we always applied, when we applied for the grant?
We applied just solely,
just
but
the
I
school
don't know if
district.
this might be something new, because, yeah, the requirement has changed, and Jill
We
can explain.
did have community partners in the past. We had the YMCA as a community
Right.
partner.
Okay.
And we had, the Dayton Metro Library as a partner. And so initially, the YMCA was supposed to help to provide the staff and things to run the program. But when the YMCA started losing capacity and ended up closing, they weren't able to provide the staff either. That's when we took on providing the staffing, and we felt the challenge of that too. So we're hoping that this partnership with an organization that feels they already have the staffing, that we will be able to serve more kids if we were the grant.
And
Yeah.
we've talked about that, it is, teachers spend a long year working, coming to school, doing their job, and then summers aren't as long as people, I think when you're young, it feels like you get months of summer, but in reality, it's not really that much time, and so it is hard to get people to staff summer, programs, so, I think that's, but to your point, cause I remember since I've been here, we have had, like you said, the wire someone, because they would be around this area, and it would be someone there.
It is a requirement of that grant, no matter who applies, that there's at least one community partner, at least one school district partner. Neither organization can apply for it.
And my comment moving forward is, and I think Gateway Cathedral will do an excellent job. It's a great partnership. But on behalf of the board has to be, just my expectation is the board is applying for the grant, actively seeking a partner to partner with us, because we need that source of 250,000 or more funds for the summer program, the after-school programs, and, summer school. So that would be my comment.
So,
But
moving forward, we will apply, we will put in the application, but we'll still partner with
Right,
whomever
right,
we can find.
absolutely,
Yeah, with who
absolutely.
we find. Okay.
Not saying to exclude partnership at all.
Right.
But thank you. Any other comments, board? Thank you.
I'm also giving you just an ESSER spending and future planning, kind of an update of
ARP ESSER is the same thing as ESSER 3.
Yes.
That's American Rescue Plan, the same thing as ESSER 3.
And then 3 smaller ESSER-related grants we have, which are part of the American Rescue Plan. We have a homeless grant. We received just over $100,000. We spent about $8,000 on supplies for students and their families. Our plan this year was to get a van. One of the things you heard before, sometimes we have students who are homeless, they're currently outside the district and they have trouble getting to school. So our thought was if we had a designated van that could go and get them rather than trying to route a bus that way or send them to the bus. But unfortunately, the van became unavailable, so we're gonna try that again next year. We have ARP IDEA to support our students with disabilities. We have about $100,000 left, and we're gonna be using that to pay additional intervention specialist support at the high school. They made the case a little smaller so that the students could receive additional attention and those gaps. And then we had the ARP ECE IDEA, which is the Early Childhood Special Education Grant. We have about $2,800 left, and we are purchasing additional tables and chairs that we currently got the waiver to include 3-year-olds, so we're hoping to have more kids in those classes, so we need more places for them to sit. That's all that I have for ESSER. Do you have any questions about that?
I have a question about the van. I would like the board to, I would like to actually call them to action sometime at the end of this year or this quarter or semester, to talk to our excellence of execution and operations and see if you can borrow some stuff from that guy's department. I got a feeling that he's very resourceful when we call upon him, and I'm thinking we might not need to spend too much money if we have a fleet or maybe somebody that's maybe just letting something sit. There's a good engine on the van. We might have 1 or 2 around here. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible then. I'm sorry. I'm talking smooth. I just got feet cut off. So we got to buy one, sir?
I'll talk about that a little bit in my presentation, but
I'll step aside.
The state of Ohio only allows you to transport 9 students.
Yes, sir.
And a driver in the van.
Mm-hmm.
So, the 10-passenger van is the only authorized
Really?
transport vehicle outside of school buses, preschool buses, special needs buses that school districts can purchase.
Mm.
So, at this point, they are not making 10-passenger vans, so what we have to do is we have to wait till they start production again next year to see if we can get them. So it still may be a possibility.
Yes, sir. Thank you kindly. I digress. I step back.
I have one question. What is the actual role of the attendance intervention? Because I know we speak highly about attendance, so what is
And
the
that would be
actual-
Dr. Cosby.
Yeah, I would defer that to either Dr.
Yes,
Cosby or
Dr.
Ms.
Cosby.
Or Ms. Mallory, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's under her department.
So there are 3 attendance intervention specialists, and they are responsible for doing home visits. They're responsible for working with attendance intervention teams at the building. So the principals have been charged with identifying individuals to sit on that attendance intervention team. And so I think Tammy touched on her presentation, and that's where they have the meeting where they talk about attendance interventions. What can we do with this family to help support getting them to school?
Thank you.
We also are going to look to do more training with them to actually inputting the information as well. So they got a job. It's a lot. It's a lot.
They
Thank you for
also
sharing.
work with the students that are in the juvenile court, right?
Is that
Are they the,
attendance?
So yes, they're the ones that
Yeah.
do the filing. If we have to file on a family or
Okay.
not send the kid to school after several opportunities with us to support them intervening, they're the ones that have to do the filing, and then they of course go forward and support the school district, try to put a plan in place. And that's slowly but surely coming back into play, because of course when COVID, there was no filing of students for, not attending school and everything.
So they work with like the truancy department or?
Yes.
Okay.
any other questions, board, on the ESSER? Or,
Thank you, Jill. Good job.
Thank you.
thank you.
this next slide, substitute costs, I did give you all this information on last Thursday, but we had it in the slide, so I can just go back over it for the general audience. We have it at the top, elementary, middle school, high school, food service, ESSER, secretary, aide, custodian, and maintenance. So we have the cost of substitute costs across. You can see under ESSER, the $493,000 that we've spent so far. That is the cost of the reserve teachers that we hired throughout the year. The majority of that is, and then we have the internal sub costs for elementary, and then we have for high school. There was an after-school substitute cost for food service in summer. We then totaled up each category, and the total that we spent in the district up to this week, basically, is $779,366.62.
And the internal sub cost, if I understand it right, that's like, I think, what Ms. Turner was saying, when you can't get a teacher, you have to call in, as we did.
No, it's internal.
Oh,
So
internal.
that happens more at the middle school and high school, so a teacher's planning period, they will cover a class.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
they put out a list, this teacher is absent, and I have third period plan. Dr. Cosby, you're covering the third period for that teacher.
Okay.
So then we pay that teacher because their plan period is part of their day. They
Okay.
get paid for that.
So the principal assigns whatever open teacher to
Right, when they
that
find
classroom.
out that they don't have enough subs to cover,
Okay.
then they do the teacher move.
Thank you.
Or the principal covers sometimes too.
Okay.
As far as the total amount for substitute costs, is that extremely high or is that normal?
That's a great question, and just when you talk about, I should have probably did like maybe the year before
Yeah.
to compare, so I can put that together.
Okay.
Also bring that up.
And also, are we able to get individual schools' attendance reports as far as,
I think it's the next.
Yeah, I think, isn't that in this?
It's the
one?
next
The next
Yeah,
one.
so we're
Okay.
gonna talk about that.
okay.
Okay? And that's all I have.
Thank
This
you.
is one place that we are considering, but, as we listen, and really it doesn't seem like things have changed significantly. We may have to rethink, but we had thought, I think we have 15 subs who work in our buildings now, which is, I think it's almost like 2 per building, and then a couple of the buildings have 3 instead of just 2. But we had thought about changing that from about 15 to 2 at the high school, 2 at the middle school, and then 1 at each of the elementaries. So that's something that we will look at all this data and make a determination about as a potential cost saving for the district. Okay, we're ready for the next slide? Okay, and you're gonna hit this one? Okay, this is Marnie Ferris. She does this data work for us, and she's very helpful with so many things.
Hello.
Great.
So speaking of teacher attendance, this is actually a little better than it was last year. So it's improving. You can see the buildings that had best attendance were the ELC and the high school, and 93.6, almost 94, approaching 94% across the entire district, for our teachers. So when you're talking about our staff and substitute needs, it's still very significant because the students are there, if you don't have a sub, something else has to give, but at least our staff attendance is improving.
So I know that certain employers don't have, when you call off of work, you don't have to explain your reasoning. But have we determined why our teachers, I'm not saying they're not coming to school, but if we have an increase of call-offs, is it teacher burnt out, or is it some teachers are expecting, or have we determined that? Have we did some research on that?
You want, either one of us? Well, I think that after we had COVID, I mean, a lot of things happened. A lot of people did struggle to come back into the buildings. And as we all know that the mental health issues for everybody has continued to rise. I think that's a piece of it as well. So behavioral issues sometimes may be problems, and also mental health and SEL for our staff. They're working on getting better so that they can be here. But, you know, quite frankly, two people appeared to me to be getting, you know, just sick more frequently. I think I shared with you and my husband's business, but he just tested positive for COVID, first time in 3 years. So, you know, things are still out there. I don't think it's anything that we can like put our hands on that they don't think they should be there. Our teachers know the kids need them. They want to be there. I think it's just those traditional illnesses, pregnancies, mental health, their children are ill, all those same traditional reasons.
But are we providing?
Yes. Yes. That's true. And
Okay.
truthfully, sometimes mothers are taking care of their mothers too. As that population continues to live longer, is so much. Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
What interventions do we have in place to help our teachers who are experiencing burnout, mental health issues? I know that we have our, I don't know what you call them, our spa rooms in different buildings
Zen
to help
room.
that. Yeah, there you go, Zen room.
It's not quite that good. There ain't nobody in there doing massages. So let's be clear. Would you like to address that, Ms. Mallory, or either one? Okay, Ella, for staff.
Right, thank you.
Also think that probably one thing to add is that once the federal government eliminated the additional sick days for folks that test positive for COVID, prior to 2018, if you tested positive, if you got sick, you had to take a sick day. Once COVID hit, the federal government allotted, I think it was 3 to 5 days for additional time. That went away last year. So now, if you test positive for COVID, CDC still says 5 days, but employers are no longer required to provide those additional sick days. So, as COVID resurged in the fall, we did see some folks taking off due to that.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We ready for the next slide?
So this is a little more detail about certain buildings, the classified attendance is better. In other buildings, the certified attendance is better. But that's just a little breakdown, a deeper dive into the information you looked at before. The other information was specific to teachers. This is everybody.
No, and you said classified workers are principals, vice principals, no, who are those?
Yeah, certified people would be teachers, principals, you know,
Okay.
assistant principals, administrators, counselors, who am I leaving out? Director, well, yes, here at central office, directors, coordinators, supervisors, that's, well, not supervisors, but all of those other people would be the certified staff. They have a certificate from the state of Ohio that says they can do
Great.
their job. The classified, includes all paraprofessionals, then all people that work for Mr. Howard.
Work for the school.
Well, work for the school district under Mr. Howard's leadership. How's that? Does that work? Thank you.
And the
So basically custodians, secretaries, food service workers,
the treasurer,
yes, the treasurer's staff,
classified employees.
So, that's the difference. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Great. The next one?
What did you want?
I just had a question, because I know sometimes we're looking at factoring in attendance, like, I don't know if we count it, I mean, it's a day out, but like, professional development, or like the ELC is really heavy, so like, they've been out for negotiations, so is that included in those data hours?
This is just sick days.
Oh, it's just sick days?
This is yeah, that was a really good question. Thank
That
you.
was a really good
Yeah,
question.
this is just sick days that we're looking at here, not professional development days, not personal leave days. This is just. Yeah, no, this is sick days.
And as mentioned, it is really close. You know, when you do graphs, sometimes it appears that we're still in the mid to
Yeah.
high 90s.
Yeah, everybody's in that 93, 93 is the worst. So
Yeah.
between 93 and 96, so that's what gives us that average. It's right there, you know,
Yeah.
93 approaching 94.
But if
And
you-
and it is improving.
Yeah. But if this is just sick leave, what does that graph look like if you add the personal leave and the sick days in?
Mhm.
Does it get better, or it probably gets worse, right?
A little bit
Or,
worse, but not
so do
significantly.
the state, when you're reporting to state, are you also reporting the personal days, or do you only report, do they only capture sick days for districts?
I believe that the state only captures the sick days.
They do.
Okay,
Yeah, just the sick days.
okay,
And Mrs. Jeter Freeman, the
Yes.
personal leave, for the most part, most individuals are paid at the end of the year for the 3 personal leave days. Most people do not take personal leave days during the school year. So there
Okay.
is a, option that, individuals could be paid for their, unused personal leave days. So the
Okay.
majority of the staff do not use personal leave during the day, during the school year.
okay, thank you.
I think the next one might be for,
Yeah.
Ms. Jeter Freeman.
Yeah.
Or-
No, for Ellen.
Ellen.
Ella
Sorry,
Jordan
not for
Isaac.
you.
Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, come on. Now you're gonna do
I
this.
think that follows,
Yeah, just follow this one. Come on now.
how it goes.
So the slides were all put in, so you'll have
In order.
another opportunity to do the other HR things, but for now, the staffing, open positions. Yeah, come on up.
She don't wanna talk. It's okay to be shy.
Oh, you need to leave. You're asking if you can do that so that you can leave. Yes, we can find them. Do you need this up here to do this? I'll find it and I'll let him know what numbers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Positions for 22-23
Mhm.
school year are listed. I can tell you that as of now, I have 10 retirements.
Mhm.
One is a
foot
It's
for me?
okay. It's okay. And as well as our levels of degree. So we have, again, a large portion of our staff are certified in Virginia. The next slide was just, the previous slide was just celebration. We have been able to increase and attract our teaching field primarily by using a virtual platform to conduct interviews. Very proud, we're one of the first districts to start the Spark Our virtual platform, and we've been able to entertain and do talent acquisition actually across the nation. We've been able to transition our new HR staff to the central office front desk, as well as employee services, provided a hiring incentive to attract our certified staff in math and science, which, as you know, is a national challenge. Next slide shows challenges. Certified high school math and science staff, and the board was very generous in allowing us to offer a hiring incentive for those hard staffing positions, which included our, did not put along their intervention staff and psychologists, challenges for classroom paraprofessionals, especially those in our SPED classroom and our special education classrooms, and our students with IEP requirements that require one-to-one professional with them. So a creative solution again is to do the licensure evaluation for staff. We did do a mid-year reassignment for staff members who had a 7-12 certification and moved that individual to the high school. Then made the adjustment at the middle school with a staff member who, like myself, we are few remaining dinosaurs that have the 1-8 certification. So we were able to then move that person into the previous staff members so that that person could transition to the high school for science. Reassignments for the 23-24 school year to ensure again that students have the appropriately assigned licensed staff with them per the classroom requirement or SPED requirement. And then again, review classroom sizes per the collective bargaining agreement to appropriately place staff. And I know that there were some concerns maybe back in December in terms of classes and we were counseling staff to make some adjustments. And we had a class that is going to use for an example, please don't quote me. We had a class that maybe had 13 students in it and then 12 maybe at this period. We then condensed that class so that we would only have that one staff member that was able to meet the needs of both of those classes.
For, I wait,
You had a question, Ms.
I wait.
Yes.
No, I'll wait till your end of it. Okay, I wanted to go back to the staff members who resign. Do we conduct exit interviews? And how does that go?
It is a virtual, conversation first. I let them know thank you, and of course, we have attended, their resignation has been accepted, received and accepted. And then I send forth the exit interview. And they have, I think about 7 days to respond, and sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. I also ask at the end of the survey if they would like to have an in-person meeting or virtual. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Many of the reasons that I have, again, is current resignation. A couple of families are military, so they're moving from the area. Others have accepted leadership positions in another district. And so it is, to be honest, I've not received anything that was, only 2 that spoke about work conditions of the district.
Work conditions within the school building?
Work conditions.
Okay.
Any other questions, board? Comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great
Thank you.
presentation.
So you have to leave us?
Safe travels.
Okay. All right, let's go back to where did we leave off? Slide 32, thank you. Slide 32.
I was, asked to find some discipline data
Mhm.
and to look specifically at which groups of students were having show up in school. And so I wanted to see how those children did as well. So hopefully that gives you a picture of where the referrals are coming from in terms of groups of, demographic groups of children.
Well, in addition to that, we also have a lot of foster place and group homes transition into the Trotwood community here lately within the last year or two as well. That is increased. And so,
And they're in the foster group.
they would be in the foster.
They're in that foster group. So the ones that are placed in the group homes and the ones that are in other foster placements, or even those that are foster placed with family members, they're in the foster group. I have a comment. I mean, I'm not sure what we're trying to bring out of this slide right here. I mean, I know that there's been questions about, the open enrollment students, they bring in this parent home, concerns like that, but, I mean, automatically, your numbers are automatically gonna show that your Trotwood residents have higher disciplinary problems because there's 4,000, or, I'm sorry, however many students. You only have 315 that are open enrollment, so your stats are gonna automatically show that
It's
less
less.
percentage of students have disciplinary issues. I would like to see, I mean, if you're really wanting to know what is going on with the open enrollment students or the foster place students, is seeing what percentage of those students have disciplinary issues.
Right.
If we have 317 open enrollment students, what percentage of those students have daily concerns? You know what I mean?
That's how that says, that's the 315 referrals.
Right, right. Not 315 students.
It's not
No,
315
right,
students.
right, but I'm still saying, I think that we should just look at the open enrollment students compared to, 15 out of 19 students at the high school are open enrolled in high school. You know what I mean? Am I not?
I understand.
Yeah, so I know we had a conversation with Mr. Gibson, and he believes that it's a very, very small pocket of open enrollment within his building that's a disciplinary issue.
And if that's what we're trying to show, then I think
It was, so I did want to know, because, you know, we have the open enroll policy that I think, 1 or 2 years. So it's one of those things that we as a group look at, and building principals share with us, you know, open enrollment is not working. The majority of those students I'm having to. So that's what this conversation is about, just your questions, and that's what we're wanting to do now, is say, hey, should we roll back open enrollment? Should we look at it? How can we modify it? So, Ms. Andrews?
I would say too, similar to the point that Mr. Anderson just made, is that it's the repeat offender.
Right.
It's a very small population that is, I mean, you think about any discipline, even in our building, it's those same kids that need those very severe SEL needs, need to change how you meet their needs, because they are the repeat offender.
Okay.
That's what needs to be captured too, as you dig deeper into the data. What number of that 4611, what number of that 315? Because 6% looks small, but if you have 315 offenses and it's 8 kids, then that becomes a concerning number. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, Ms.
So what are the multi-offense referrals?
Okay, and Ms. Mallory, I saw your,
Yes, so I guess my response to that would be, there are only so many things that we can control, but we have to control what we can control. And we don't have to continue to allow students who are discipline issues that are open enrollment attend our district. So that is a caveat that we have as a district, that any district has, who has open enrollment students. And so the parents do sign an acknowledgement agreement that they acknowledge that if they are
So how many have we disinvited from the district because of that?
So I don't have numbers right on hand
Okay.
because the principal can make that decision at the school level if they need to.
Okay.
And I do have a few that due to expulsion,
Mhm.
they have been, their enrollment at Trotwood has been rescinded.
Okay.
And I do get those, when they come from the principal, they come to me, and I see whether or not they are bringing them back. And they have to have the reason.
Okay.
And it can be poor attendance, behavior, and those are typically the reasons why, or the class grade level is crowded. That's
Okay.
another reason why we won't take a kid. But they do have to reapply every time. And Tracy and I know legally we're supposed to keep them once we take them throughout the school year. But sometimes if what it is egregious enough, we allow them the opportunity to try to go home
Okay.
rather than, be put out totally from all schools, to your point. So, they do, quite a few of them, they don't enroll them again. And a lot of parents at that point know that they've had trouble and they don't even sign back up. So, yeah, all of our kids do not come back that are open enrolled.
So, on your foster place, that's what I do for a living. Now, from the perspective of the Trotwood School District, when you receive children who are in foster care, group homes, etc., from the principal's point of view, is it communicated to you that they are placed? Are you having the conversations with the group homes on their traumas, triggers, and all of that? And how's the family dynamics? What's going on? And are we putting them in different services on top of what they're receiving at the group home as well?
Ms. Harden and I have both, and I don't know if Anthony is doing this, but we kind of come together on how we initiate a student into the building. We have a meeting with the parent, the student. We have basically an interview process. I mean, it's automatic that we're going to take them, but it gives us that opportunity to learn more about the history, the needs, set the standards for them, the expectations of the building, make sure the parents know, first things that are in place, the supports that we have, for students that are coming in, like, hopefully parents are open with us if their students have, mental health issues, or if they have disciplinary issues. Sometimes they try to hide it, and we have to make a couple phone calls to find out some things, but we try to set them up for success from the start, and they, and that's something that I got on Ms. Harden as far as just learning a little more about the students. That is good.
I know sometimes I think that is a challenge, because unless, like the child is enrolled by, children's services, unless, we just see the parent name, so we don't know that it's a foster parent sometimes until a situation happens. But we do have connections with, children's services, so we know what the names, if they're listed as the contact. But a lot of times we don't automatically know that right off, it's like, not something we ask on the application, are you?
Yeah, because one of the no, you're good.
I was gonna say, so enrollment initially happens at the central office.
Right.
And so I was gonna say, it kind of looks different sometimes with elementary students and older students. A lot of times with older students, a caseworker or someone comes and does the actual enrollment. And so, oftentimes there is no contact with the group home until some contact is kind of made or reached out. or
Right.
something like that.
And
Yeah.
so Montgomery County enrolls their children. All their children who are in their system, they personally enroll their children in the schools. So when we get other children from other counties, we have to enroll them into school. So I want to see how can we, moving forward, identify that So you'll have all those answers at the beginning of the year. So when these behaviors start popping up, and one of my another question I wanted to have for the principal is, when you receive this information, is it communicated to all the staff that that particular student is underneath?
Yes. I mean, for us, yes, like if they're getting downloads from the students or if they're getting, they have, other things that we are concerned about with that student, we definitely try to do that. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so for example, my sister's a principal, and one thing she says is a particular student who has sexual behaviors. The principal may know this, but the teacher will never know. And when something happens in the classroom, the teacher is furious because they're like, oh my God, what is he doing? It was never communicated. So when do we have that conversation to alert the teacher that there's something going on? I probably can't tell you all the details, but what are we doing?
I know what's really is with the analysts and analysts and
Mhm.
the partners we have. We have said that what we want to bring in is the Halo Care program, which is it's with law enforcement coverage, and we also want to do with our support services. So basically, whether it be a button or say it's like how we have the different ribbons or whatever, a certain signal would say, without saying it, like, this is usually the Halo Care, I'll tell you details on that hand, but this is something you need to know. So, I mean, I don't know if it's something we can do within our, student services, we usually have the symbols, as for special ed, for their IEP, and something for medical, so I don't know if we could add another designation to pull it up, but I think also when that's the registry, that's what this designation. So, yeah, because I think it's kind of against the law to put a red flag on
On
a
a
student
student.
Right.
information page that says, hey, this
Yeah.
student.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So
Right.
that probably would happen. But I think we also need to look more at, so, and like you said, you will be on group home.
Yes.
Okay. And so, when you go and register a child, you may have everything, but I'll be honest, most oftentimes, when students are foster placed, they're registered in our district, they don't come with a whole package.
Right.
They come with a caseworker and a student, and they want them in school tomorrow.
Yeah.
And by law, because of their transition, we take them, we don't turn them away, but oftentimes they don't come with
Yeah.
any of that pertinent information, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So, it takes the school some time, once the secretary gets them enrolled, to request records. And some of our kids have been a whole lot of places.
Right.
So you request a record, it takes a week for the person to get back to you and say, that kid was only here for 2 weeks and we don't really have any information.
Mhm.
So then you gotta dig and find out where they were before that. And as you know, by then, multiple incidents have probably
Yeah.
happened at the school, so it's just a full circle that we have to continue to try to put things in place, but there are some things that are still out of our control that, we
Right.
have to work with case by case, situation by situation. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
I have a question, cause, Ms. Anderson, you said that your sister's a principal,
Yes.
and she receives that information,
Yeah.
that pertinent information about a student.
Well, it's clarified, she's an assistant principal, she receives that information, but as far as communicating to the other teachers, that's something that it's instructed by the principal, so she can't give out that information.
But she shares that information with the principal, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, yes.
So if she shares that information with the principal, why can't the principal inform the teachers?
It
I'm
de-
just asking, because if that teacher knows that this person has, like you said, sexual, abuse issues or something like that, if that principal knows, why wouldn't that principal share that with the
So-
teacher?
And in this district, I'm sure that can happen.
Oh, okay, I'm just
Yeah.
asking.
Some information, they can share the information with anybody.
Right.
Okay.
Who's directly involved with the student. I
Okay.
think he was giving an example of, the principal didn't share. the
Right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
information, And
Oh, okay.
you. Good conversation. Next slide, or where are we now?
Discipline
This one
comparison.
is some more discipline comparison by building, and looking at the total number of discipline referrals from each building, and then also how many days of instruction did the students lose as a result of the discipline. So the days lost would count from any emergency removal, that means the child was sent home on a day. In-school suspensions, they're getting some instruction, but they're not getting their classroom instruction. Out-of-school suspensions, they're not getting instruction, and then expulsions. So if you look at, the numbers of referrals and then compare it to the number of days of instruction missed, that's what this slide does. By building.
Okay.
And that has to do more with a student and where they are in their development. When they're very young, you know, you're not gonna put them out, and what the infraction they do is not gonna be to that level of probably out-of-school suspension of something of that nature. So they get a referral, and then at the EOC, they have another way of handling it. Maybe they miss recess or something like that, so they don't actually miss class. And as they get older, and anyone who's taught in the middle school, even compared to a high school, understands why that number is higher. That is where kids seem to be in their development of, I'm gonna try everything, and some of those behaviors are more. By high school, the kids who make high school, because you know, unfortunately, a lot of kids drop out somewhere in between, most of them are a little more regulated, and the things they do typically require that they have to go home. So I just wanted to make sure you understood it. Some of that is development of the child.
So board and to superintendent and principals, why do we not give students that, especially suspended, why can't we allow them to do work at home? Because for expulsion, they can't, right?
But again, that's the law. That's what
That's the law?
expulsion means.
That is the law. The expulsion is a withdrawal from school.
Right.
And they're not supposed to enroll in any other school either, that's the law.
And so, you know, as we're talking about this, right? And understanding it's the law, so it's at that level that this board would need to address that to the state board. Because what the law is saying basically is, okay, you're throwaway. You can't learn anything in any school in Ohio, and you go and you continue to do what you're doing because the state also, so what is it the expectation is for that child that is expelled?
So I think the question, I'm sorry,
It's a conversation.
Yeah, one of the questions I have is, what does Trotwood offer? I know we don't have an alternative school, that will gear towards behavioral, issues. We don't, right? No, okay.
They have in years past.
We have it in
But
years
is that
past.
something that we need to redevelop? Because if you can explain, it says 3,777, and that's the days out. That's one given school year. I know that. Can you explain that number to me, just for clarity?
Sure. So, at the middle school, for example, there were 1,875 disciplinary referrals. And on the next slide, we'll look at what those were for, okay? Those resulted in days out of class. So they were removed from the setting with the other students, either to just be somewhere else in the building on an in-school suspension.
And they are still learning in that
They are still
respect.
learning, and
Right.
yes, but they're not in their core classrooms, what I'm saying. okay?
Right.
So they put a better suspension to a 5-day suspension, a 10-day suspension, a
Right.
3-day suspension, so the rate number would be higher
Correct.
per the.
We have very few expulsions, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Very few
Yeah,
expulsions.
okay, thank you.
Right.
15, 20, very few
Very few
expulsions.
expulsions.
But
Okay.
suspensions add up, you know, 2
Right.
days here, 5 days there, 10 days there. They add where
Okay.
you're not receiving the same instruction the other students are receiving, doesn't mean they're not receiving anything,
Okay,
right?
Right.
okay.
This is the principal and Marnie coming out. She-
Yes.
And you're making, I understand exactly what she's trying to make sure we understand is, even if it's not an expulsion, they're still not getting the same core curriculum. But they do need to have some type of consequence. And to your point, alternative school, my understanding is we've tried it before, and it was relatively successful, but it's expensive because it's like starting another school.
So, okay, so this is kind of like where me thinking that restorative justice could be probably re-implemented to bring those numbers down specifically for discipline. And then also, how many of those students that are repeated? Because you could have one student and have 20 referrals.
Yeah,
And so how many
That's
of
what we're
those
saying.
students, I mean, you
That's
might have one
typically-
student that has two, and you have another one. That's the breakdown, because that looks extremely
Different.
high, but
Right.
if you have 3 students that have 80 referrals, that's easy. And then we are constantly trying to provide resources and intervene. I know expulsion is the last resort, but if you don't stand for something, you'll settle for anything. So what do we do? We don't wanna, expel kids. And that's a different conversation, it's on a different level for this district, but that's the numbers that I would like to see. And you don't have to give them to me, 3 months from now, but I'm just saying, if one student has 20 referrals, that knocks that number down a little bit.
We didn't get that data, so we shared that data.
yeah, I think we have that data as a part of the DLT.
It's not a big rush, but it's
Yeah.
something that.
It's interesting,
Yeah, yes,
right?
ma'am.
So
We
it's
dig
very
deeper
Yes.
in the data like that at DLT when we look at,
Okay.
specific
They do.
behaviors, what's happening,
Okay.
what can your building do to zoom in on certain behaviors where you have higher referrals.
Okay.
things that happen.
Actually,
Another thing that I also encourage buildings to look at, so we always, we definitely talk about students who we get, but that's another thing that we can't control who we get. So then we have to look at what are we doing as a staff? And when we look at a whole as a district, we know, and I think across the district, we know that our elementary buildings do a better job, and a more consistent job, I guess I should say, at implementing all the tier levels of PBIS. And I think our higher grade buildings struggle with that consistent implementation of PBIS, which would definitely support that.
And it's a lot of factors
Oh, yeah.
between
And then-
ELC and high school.
that's right,
Right.
that's
And
right.
Don't forget, well, in my experience now, so I'm ancient, right, so, but in my experience, it takes a number of years to build a program like that, where you're teaching the children how to handle things in a more socially acceptable, peaceful, whatever the right word is that you wanna use, way. And it takes years to build that, and we're doing that at DLC, Madison Park, moving on to Westbrook, but it takes a long time. One of the biggest challenges that we have is that 50% mobility. So you're teaching the students who are here, they're starting to get it, but you're constantly getting new kids in that are coming from other places where maybe they didn't have it explained to them at all, or maybe they didn't have it explained to them in the same language or the same way. And so all of
Okay.
that together ends up with just a challenge that we need
Yes.
to address. And we are addressing it, and people are working on this, and
Thank
have
you.
been for, several years.
Thank you.
Good job.
In the interest of time, we're gonna move through this. I don't know if the board, the treasurer superintendent, if you all wanna take a 5-minute break. And I know Mr. Warner is patiently waiting, and I appreciate that.
President,
Yes.
I do have a comment. One of the, expulsion is ORC, it's Ohio Revised Code. One of the things, I was talking to a Dayton board member yesterday, and what they're doing is they're meeting with our state rep, Phil Plummer, about concerns that they have with Ohio Revised Code, how schools funded and all that other stuff, and that might be a good opportunity. This is board
And we have done that before,
Yeah.
when Ms. Bozeman was here, she went with myself and maybe it was Janice, and met with the representatives, we've done that before.
Thank you. That's a great idea, and we will do that.
Yeah, I'll get the email,
Yeah.
I'll get the invite, and I'll send it to you, and we'll go from there, decide on how we want to do it.
This is the last physical side, is that right?
We got two more.
Okay. Well, you can see that the biggest discipline referrals were for skipping class. Most of that was at the high school. But then the other things that are the really big ones are defiance, or disrespect, insubordination, in other words, not doing what you're told and being defiant about it. Physical aggression, abusive language, fighting, and disruption. Those are the big things that we have, the major issues.
What is physical aggression?
I'm sorry, what?
What is physical aggression?
Oh, okay, so the difference between physical aggression and a fight,
Yeah.
now this is my interpretation, you guys see it different. Physical aggression means maybe I come and I hit you or I do something aggressive to you, but you don't do anything back, right? A fight has both people being physically aggressive.
Okay.
How you guys interpret it? That's how I interpret it.
Yes,
Ms. Sterner, look like you're wanting to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Related
some
and
threatening
related.
kind of behaviors,
Yeah.
things like that.
Right, right. A kid goes into the line and punches another kid, or, it definitely is, yeah, it's a lot, there's a wide, but
Umbrella.
basically, physical aggression, fighting are very closely
Yeah.
related. Abusive language, defiance, and disruption are very closely related.
Is it possible I can have this report by building?
By building,
Yes, set it all together.
There you go. So the big things were physical aggression, fighting, and then defiance, disrespect, and subordination, and there is one.
I think you all have a copy of this,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
And it's moving all over the place right now.
Let's just change the policy.
Defiance was the most frequent with 1,110 reported incidents district-wide. The students refusing to do what they were asked to do.
Okay, so,
Yes.
okay. So thank you. Did you need just 5 minutes, or do you
You'll be okay.
want?
Mr. Warner said he'll be okay for 5 minutes.
Thank you. All right, we're counting 5 minutes, board.
No, come on, we need to be grown.
Oh,
We need
I
five
wanna-
minutes.
I think the people, if there's a quorum here and you guys want to stay, I mean, I
Go
think we can
ahead.
keep
I'm-
going.
says school calendars. We didn't have anything for that, but we need to notate that there was no report or something like that.
Did I send that? I don't know who did.
I don't know, and that's what we
We
just.
can add it as a follow-on.
We didn't know what it was.
We don't know what, yeah, because
What
we
is
did,
it?
we've already
School
approved
calendar.
the school calendar.
I think it was just a discussion, if principals during the summer can, these are the things I know will happen in my building, and to do
Like a
something.
monthly calendar for the summer. Gotcha, okay.
Okay,
For
So
all
just-
right,
year.
we
Just
can,
say no report, I'll just put no report for now?
Yes.
And then we'll get it to
follow on,
you.
just put,
Yeah.
yeah, put no report for now. Okay, Mr. Warner, we are ready. Ms. Moore will be back in just a moment. Oh, we lost Mr. Anderson too.
January.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Where did you let him go?
I think he's the background.
They're right there.
They eat.
Okay, we can go ahead and start.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Ready?
Okay, we're
Can
ready.
can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So good morning, thanks for the opportunity to come and let you know what's going on in the Office of Curriculum and Instruction. And so my first slide has to do with some of the strategic plan initiatives that we've accomplished over the last couple of years and what we've expanded on this year. So the first one is about the instructional framework. If you remember, in the Academic Distress Committee report in 2015 and 2017, we were charged to have an instructional framework, and so we did complete that late last year, and so we've been implementing that. Still a lot of work to go, but if you have these slides, you can click on both of those highlighted portions, and you can see what that looks like. Once again, I presented on that before, and so that shouldn't be anything new to anybody. Another initiative that was in the strategic plan and also the Academic Distress Commission that we were supposed to do is to have the district-wide differentiated instruction, a definition of those things with principles and look-fors, so we can look at in the classroom what that's supposed to look like. We did develop that last year as well, and then this year we've been working with some of our consultants, being able to get a better idea of what that looks like and getting better with differentiation in their classrooms, in both the whole class and then also in small groups. We expanded district partnerships to over 20 community partners. Again, if you click on that link right there, you can see all the community partners that we have, and that list is growing as the year has gone by. Widespread completion or near completion of letters training, and I know we have spent a lot of money with letters training. However, we would be having a very different summer coming up in front of us due to the dyslexia laws had we not done letters training. And so the dyslexia laws, eventually, all teachers, K through 12, will have to have some kind of certification, some kind of training in dyslexia. Letters training does fulfill that requirement. So we're actually very much ahead of the game because we've done the letters training. The only people that have not completed are maybe new staff this year, so they're in phase 1 of letters training.
Yes,
They'll
sir.
do phase 2 of letters training afterward. It's an expensive cost for us. And then as we move out of ESSER, then we'll replace that letters training with a different type of training that will fulfill the dyslexia requirements. And so we'll keep moving in that direction because that's a requirement from the state that we'll have to do.
So you said there would be a new training specifically for dyslexia.
Ohio Department of Education has developed those trainings, so they will not, to my understanding, will not be at a cost to our district.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. You
But
heard,
that-
that was that
Yes, ma'am.
cost
Yes, ma'am.
part.
And that's something new that they have just been releasing, so it's not really even fully hit the school districts yet. But school districts who have not been able to go through the letters training are feeling the crunch because coming into this school year, K-5 teachers do need those dyslexia requirements in the classrooms.
So do you just build it, not to prolong it, you just build that into, so next year PD
Yes, ma'am.
will include dyslexia?
It will
for
have to.
all teachers, right?
Well, in 25,
25.
K-12, everybody will have to have those requirements.
Okay.
Providing that everything keeps going like it is,
Okay.
because things are changing all the time. Those are laws that legislation, moves around. But right now, it seems like the governor's very, very zeroed in on science of reading and these dyslexia requirements. So I don't anticipate that really changing,
Okay.
that soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We also completed a 3-year professional development plan, and I want to say complete in the sense that, like, not that it's done, but we've completed the actual writing of the plan, and we'll be going into year 3 for that professional development plan as well. Systematic implementation of a high improvement process, that's something that we were charged to do as well. Curriculum instruction resources aligned to state standards, culture responsive, high quality. We've been very selective, and we've been very careful making sure that the materials that we bring in, we run through a very stringent process with teacher voice and teacher input, so we make sure that everything we bring in has been high quality. We received a waiver to accept 3-year-olds and for spots in our ECE program, and I'm not sure if Ms. Anderson covered that in her presentation. Great. We've had increased enrollment in our AP classes, so we had 12 students in 21-22, and we increased that to 94 students in 2022-23. That's been a very intentional thing that we've done, and we're only going to expand those efforts, we believe, because we believe that our students are capable of having AP classes. They're capable of going into AP classes, even if they're not like our best and brightest necessarily. We know that when they go into AP classes and they have that experience in AP classes, that their probability for completing college classes really jumps up, even for just one AP class. So I'll talk a little bit about that, how we've expanded it, but those are great numbers to expand. And then we've expanded STEM opportunities through Project Lead the Way and CTE courses as well, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So here's all of our textbook adoptions. I don't know if we'll ever do something like this in the span of 3 years or 2 years again. It's been huge, but K-5 ELA, 612 ELA, 4-8 social studies, 4-8 science, 9-12 science. We're actually missing 9-12 social studies. That's coming. No, we did that, so I'm actually missing a line there because we did 9-12 social studies. 9-12 science and 7-12 math will be coming this June. So we're in the middle of that, and also world languages. So what I love about this is that all of this money, we've had this rare opportunity with this ESSER spending, right? So never again, maybe, will we have that. And so what I love about this is that this takes it all off the district's general budget, right? Because usually the curriculum comes out of a district's general budget. We've been able to shift this into ESSER, and then we can start planning long-term, because eventually all of this needs to be replaced, in the next 4 or 5 years. And so we can get a jump start on, putting away money for that and planning what that's supposed to look like. You can go next slide. Oh, there we go. So we've had 3 new CTE pathways, and they are the early childhood education and teaching professions. Those are, when you hear Grow Your Own Teachers, that's our 2 programs right there. Tasha Johnson is doing a great job expanding that program there. And then we also have interactive media coming in as well. Industry recognized credential competencies, and so you've heard about the yellow belt and the green belt. We have students doing this, leadership excellence, max potential. All of these are opportunities for our students to go in and do that work to get their industry recognized credentials. Well, really, this is probably what I'm most excited about, the Law and Public Safety partnership with Sinclair and our EMTs. That book is about this thick for those kids doing that EMT work, but they get to go after school to Sinclair to do the actual lab. So they have the opportunity to, at the end of this program, be able to take their test to be an EMT and to walk right out into an EMT job. We love this idea because it's expanding opportunities for our students of color to go into the EMT professions, to then be in our communities where they could get a job coming right out of high school, making $50,000, $60,000 doing something like that. So we're really excited. Sinclair's been awesome to work with, and they'll be both in our classrooms, and also our students will go over to Sinclair. So we're really excited about that. Manufacturing in partnership with IUE-CWA. This is Mr. Kennebru's group that he's been in front of us. So we have, I want to say, about 25 students that want to be involved in this manufacturing, and so we're still in partnership and deciding exactly where they're going to be. There's some discussion with us in another district on our students maybe sharing facilities, or they're coming over here. We're still in discussion about that. But we did have students enrolled in that last year, and so that was a new thing that we did last year too. So we're pretty excited about that. And all of these come with apprenticeships, right? So the CTE classes, the IRCs, and the apprenticeships all walk hand in hand with each other. And so we're excited about the apprenticeships that our students will be able to have. Sir?
Can I just ask you to explain just a little bit, what does the Six Sigma Yellow Belt for students look like?
That's what I was gonna ask. Is that military equivalent as well when you?
It's like,
Yeah, so you've heard the Lean Sigma Six.
Right.
This is just about students being able to identify a problem. It could be anything. People getting to class on time,
Uh-huh.
slow moving lunches, low participation rates in some class. Them just identifying a problem,
Problem,
and it's
and-
about the process that they use to solve that problem.
Okay.
And so as they get better and pass different gateways in that, their belt increases.
Oh, okay.
And we have our staff that are actually getting themselves trained for this, and so that they can teach other staff. So we'll not only have students that are doing this, we'll have staff also getting their.
But we
Lean
did
Six.
some of this year, right? At
Yes,
the middle
absolutely.
school?
Yes, and I have some notes here at the bottom.
Okay.
So we had 8
I see
students. If
the
you can see
notes
that,
there.
we have 8 students at the time of this writing that actually had completed their green belt.
Okay.
So we're off and away with this. Another note that I had there at the bottom, have those CTE pathways. Those are in addition to the agriculture pathway, which is really important because they can go right from that into Central State, and Central State will give them a 4-year ride with the agriculture. So it's a fantastic program if our kids will take advantage of it. And then we have a business and administration services pathway as well. So that's available to our kids. That's something that we've had here.
Thank you.
Questions? Do you have another question?
No. I
Oh.
just thought I always heard green belt and yellow belt with the military, so I thought you had some type of curriculum with that.
No, it has
It's a
nothing to do with
process.
military. It's about
Okay.
solving problems and through the
Right.
systematic process of solving those problems. Go to the next slide.
Yes.
Okay, so college and career readiness in the middle school and the high school. The strategic plan, one of the first metrics is about our students having learning profiles. And so here we wanted to come with an answer for that part of the strategic plan. And so this is kind of what we've come up with. We've added an 8th grade college and career readiness course. Here's how we see that going. We have a program called U Science that's being used throughout Montgomery County. What U Science does is not only tells you what you are interested in, possibly as a career, but also what you have an aptitude in. So for example, you might be really interested in being an astronaut, but maybe you're not really great at science. But you have a really great aptitude with teaching students. So we might use that U Science data to come back to kids and say, we're not trying to steer you away from it, but look, you're showing that you have a great aptitude in psychology or teaching or something like that. Why don't you try some classes there? And so our students in the 8th grade will spend that time exploring their U Science data, and then also exploring what would be their best pathway into college. And then we'll also start working on their graduation plans, starting in 8th grade, get them focused on those things.
Yeah.
And the way that we use it on the curriculum side of things is that we'll begin to look at what are our students interested in, and then what classes can we then offer, even down in the middle school, but particularly at the high school, to make sure that we're accessing the needs that students have.
Yeah, I saw that in the 8th grade course book for next year.
Great.
And that was a question to Dr. Cosby. It's like, I'm not sure if we mean this did we just copy that from the high school to the middle school book?
It's all
And she said,
connected.
no, it is intentional.
Yeah.
It is so it aligns right
ma'am.
with that conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And because we know that students change between their 8th grade year to the 11th grade year, this happens all over again in 11th grade. So they take the U Science again, and then we start having those discussions, and counselors are having those discussions with those kids as they come through. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so college application of FAFSA completion in 22-23. We have a partnership with Sochi, and I know you're going to ask me what Sochi means, and I won't be able to tell you. I know it's one of our partners that we have through Montgomery County ESC. So we have interns that we are actually going to pay. They are high schoolers to recruit other high schoolers to get their FAFSA done. And so we have really struggled with our high schoolers getting FAFSA completed. Oh, thank you. Ms. Allen got me. She's got, Sochi is Strategic Ohio Council for Higher Education. Thanks, Ms. Allen. So we have really struggled with our kids completing FAFSA, and I think there's this kind of myth out there that if you complete FAFSA, you will automatically get charged with a loan. And it automatically flips you into a loan. And when we talk to students, we often encounter those kind of things. So we're trying to, do what we can to destabilize that myth and get kids signed up for.
And I think that
FAFSA.
conversation has to be more with the parents.
Yes.
Because it's really the parents that have to fill
Yeah.
it out and provide their information.
And that's a big thing. And okay, I'm being real at this point. I know a lot of parents are not very truthful with the information they provide for FAFSA. So I think that's why it's sometimes a delay in when the parents fill out the application, because you want to make sure that your child gets the highest Pell Grant, or you want to use someone else's income. I know that's sometimes why children hesitate, because I've lived in an environment that did stuff like that. So it's not really always about the loan perspective. I think it's more underlying themes
Sure.
going on.
I would, are you finished? You finished?
I'm done.
Oh, I'll just say, with this college application at FAFSA, this is something that needs to be, introduced the end of the junior year, starting into their senior year, at the beginning. And as far as uploading it, and just because I've just recently had to do it, is certain information that you have to upload from the IRS.
Yeah.
So I think they have trended down a lot of fraudulent, if you
Yeah.
will, information. But it's time consuming, but the parents
It's
are.
the parents.
Yeah, the parents are not introduced to it, and they think that it's something that you could just do really quick. So if we could get that information to the parents or involve them with
Sure.
the intern students or something like
Yeah.
that would be good.
Yeah, I think also FAFSA changed a little bit over
Yeah,
the
it
last
has.
year. They shifted either their platform or what they did, and so that kind of threw a little bit of a wrench into things as well. But we're back on it, and so we're really excited to have our students participate in some of these things too.
That is really good.
College Credit Plus, we've increased offerings to College Credit Plus at the high school. And so we are also offering credentialing opportunities for teachers using the Expanding Opportunities Grant, Expanding Opportunities for Each Child grant program. And so as you know, to give College Credit Plus at the high school, we would have to have our teachers certified to do that work. And so so we can use that grant to help get them ready to teach that class. Then we can offer College Credit Plus even more opportunities. So that's always something that we're trying to expand. An additional AP offering, so we received a startup grant from AP to be able to, from College Board, to be able to do AP Computer Science. So we will offer that next year in addition to African American AP as well, African American History AP. We'll offer that next year as well. And then we have AP Chemistry that's been growing as well. So we are all, like I said, we are always looking to expand AP offerings because we know it's good for kids. It gets them exposed to some really high, rigorous work that they will encounter in college, that we can get them ready in high school so they're not so blasted in college and getting so shocked with that kind of workload. Any questions from any of that work?
I don't have any, I think, any from the board. Thank you.
If I could just say one more thing. We talk a lot about professional development
Right.
and the concerns that the board has about the professional development and the money that we spend there. And so I just want to make a couple comments if you allow me to. So we know that the best thing that we could ever do for a kid is put a great teacher in front of them. And so when we invest in teachers, we are investing in students. And so we will continue to, provide high-quality professional development whenever we can. What we're going to do this year, because we have heard the concerns brought to the table around professional development, we are committing to only paying for professional development out of our grant funding. So Title II grants, Title I, Expanding Opportunities grants like this, we will be paying professional development out of grant funding so that it will not come out of general fund. And so that will be reflected in the curriculum budget that Janice and I will meet on, coming up this week.
Yeah, and I'm not one always talking about the cost and the professional
Of course.
development. But what was good to hear is that we have 93%. So the training that we're investing and providing, as you said, is with staff that will return back
Yes,
with that.
that's always a concern.
Investment that we put there for professional development. So
Great.
we're good.
Great. Any other questions?
I like the fact that the AP classes has increased from 12 to 94. That's a good thing.
Yeah, we're excited about that too.
Do you allow the buildings to take the lead on professional development for their own particular building, to come up with locations to meet and
Yeah.
without having to spend money?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have several opportunities like that. In fact, the Professional Development Committee just met last week, and so that's a teacher and administrator group that we talk about what that should look like, and having a mix between district PD and then also PD that has to happen and be led by principals and the building leadership teams within the building that are specific to what those building needs are. And then even last time we had a Professional Development Day, I think it was March 9th, we had a Professional Development Day, and then we had our teachers actually, I think we had one consultant there, but we had our teachers lead that. So the things that they've been doing, they were presented to other staff members, and that went really well. It's great to see our own people bring their expertise in. Like I said, the teachers are some of the most valuable, if not the most valuable resource that we have in any school district. So anytime we can put them in front of other teachers to learn from them, from each other, that's a win for us.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have, I think Mr. Howard is getting ready to present operations.
I don't have a whole bunch of fancy bar graphs and stuff like that. Got a lot of, there's words up there, but, my wife couldn't help me last night. She was busy. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
What I did is I put together just, especially for the new board members, just a summary of our department with some important information that you may or may not know with regards to the operations department. A lot of time, we sit back in the shadows because, we're not on the front lines with regards to, teaching every day. But our folks do play a very, very pivotal role in the education of our students. Most importantly, we always talk about making sure when our bus drivers greet them, they're smiling because they're the first person they see when their school day starts with regards to coming to school. So I got a couple bullet points I'll just kind of read through quickly. If you want some nighttime reading, I won't hit everything, but I just wanted to make sure I gave you a kind of comprehensive overview of what our department does and some of the challenges that we may have that are coming up. We consist of 4 departments: nutrition services, technology, maintenance, custodial, and transportation. Our goal is to work together to ensure all of the auxiliary services or support services are in place to enhance the teaching and learning for our students and staff. The department manages district facilities, non-educational equipment, transportation vehicles, and technology equipment. Through this management, a capital replacement cycle is used to ensure these items are maintained current or replaced according to life cycle and usage. The department serves as the direct contact for safety and emergency management planning with the Ohio Department of Education, local, city, and county first responders in the event of various types of emergency situations, including but not limited to inclement weather, threats, threat assessments, and school resource officer communication and supervision. The school resource officers are stationed in the building. They are housed at the high school and middle school. I work directly with the chief of police with regards to any type of communication about upcoming training, so on and so forth, but their direct reports are really the building principals. But in the event, I need to get them into another building or I need them to have them do something, then I would relay that information to the school resource officer. And working with the chief of police, we have a probably once a month communication just about how the school resource officer program is working and what type of supports we need to put in place. The department also serves as the business management branch of the district, responsible for payment of utilities, maintenance, service contracts, charter and private school transportation reimbursement, maintenance, upkeep of property, including excess property. The district does own some excess property. I'll kind of give you an overview of that. Department budgeting and liability coverage. If there is ever a insurance claim filed against the district that comes to my department, We work with the liability company, the insurance company, to process those claims, and whatever information either side needs, we are responsible for distributing that information. This is just a general overview of each one of the departments, who is responsible for what we have in the department. Transportation, as you can see, 26 certified drivers. A certified school bus driver needs a CDL and a school bus endorsement. So just having a CDL does not qualify you as a school bus driver. You have to take additional service hours. We are fortunate enough to have a trainer here within our district that if someone comes over with just a CDL, we can train them to obtain their school bus endorsement. I think this year we trained one new school bus driver, and then she is also responsible, her title is actually OBI, on-bus instructor, and she is also responsible for running all of the bus drivers through their renewal cycle as well. 3 van drivers, I'll talk about that a little bit later, 10 bus aides, 2 full-time mechanics, 1 manager, assistant manager, and clerical. Transportation, 2,000 kids a day we are responsible for transporting. We cover, a lot of people don't know, they think Trotwood is all out here, but Trotwood is way back here too. And this district is responsible for 30.5 square miles of coverage as far as student transportation. Trotwood has a lot of rural area, especially on this back end, this southwest end, and we are responsible for transporting students from those areas as well, which makes it hard sometimes because when you go to an apartment complex, you pick up 25 kids. When you go over here on Old Dayton, you pick up 1. And they still all have to get to school at the same time. So working with the combination of urban, suburban type housing and then rural is always complex for us. Adds up to over 2,200 miles per day. Our buses, our vans, we travel over 2,000 miles a day for picking up our students. And you know, sometimes I tell people that and they look at me and say, how do you do that? Well, just think about it. School bus has 3 routes. Back and forth between every building is roughly about 12 miles apiece. You do that 3 times, that's 36 miles just between the 3 runs. So you take 36, you times it by 3, then you calculate the actual in-neighborhood routes where I go to one bus stop to another bus stop. So we have some buses that actually get about 60 to 65 miles per day just on route stops, not including the back and forth. And then you times that by the number of routes that they have back and forth, middle school kids, high school kids, elementary kids. So our buses are running across this town all day picking up kids. And then not only do we do that, we have a set of vans that we are responsible for, and not responsible for, but a set of students that we are responsible for that are assigned solely to vans. And one of our board members could probably attest to this. Those folks, they go all over the place. If we get a homeless student or if we get a foster kid placed somewhere, sometimes we go to Miamisburg. We used to go to Wilmington. There are some laws and stipulations that are put on school districts that we have to figure out. And a lot of times it takes some time to do it, but we ultimately do it. Miamisburg, Wilmington, Warren County, Vandalia, all of these kids that are placed in these different facilities, if there are kids, we are still responsible for transportation. So when we were talking about the homeless van a little earlier, that was going to be another van that we would add to the fleet to help support that. And at one point, coming back off of the tornado, and Mrs. Freeman, you may remember this, we had over maybe 100, no, I think it was 200 kids plus that were identified as homeless students, and we were responsible for transporting about 150 of them. So we were taking buses into the city of Dayton, we were taking buses into the city of Clayton, we were taking buses everywhere. Now that number has shrunk because a lot of those people have found permanent housing, but coming off that tornado, our department, transportation and specifically, was moving at a pace that I've never seen before. Now, again, it's slowed tremendously, but we still are responsible for transporting a lot of those kids.
I
do have-
one quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you have, you mentioned, apartment complexes or something like that. So when you have a family and they have one at the high school, one at the middle school, one at the ELC, does that bus driver pick up all of them? Because I know they start at different times.
Yes.
And if they.
So,
are-
go ahead and finish your question.
So, no,
sir.
if they're in one specific area or
Yeah.
one specific, housing, I don't wanna say apartments, but, apartments or, residency.
Right.
How do you
Great,
differentiate? How do
great
you
question.
differentiate?
So what we do, because we have two actual fleet runs. We have a fleet run in the morning, starts about 6:45, 6:30, where we pick up middle school and high school students. So all of those students, we got half of those buses designated for middle school, half of them designated for the high school. Pick up those kids all through the neighborhoods. Then they all group up over here at the high school and middle school and drop those kids off. Then our second fleet run starts where we start all of our elementary kids. That starts about 8:30, a little bit between 8 and 8:30. So we'll go and we'll pick up all the elementary kids at one time. And then depending on the location of the bus determines what elementary school those kids get dropped off first. So if I'm all the way out here on Old Dayton and I've got 3 elementary kids, I've got that one attends each building, we'll drop one off at Madison Park first, then we'll come to the ELC, then we'll go all the way over to Westbrook to drop them off, and then we'll come back around and go home.
So if I have if I'm a sophomore and I have a little sister that's at the ELC and my mother is at work, I mean, it's up to the parent to provide.
it is.
Okay, never mind.
So what you're talking about is school time.
Right.
Okay, so that's a discussion that is,
I got it.
yeah, it takes a whole bunch of other folks to get involved in.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
And Mr. Anderson?
How is your current fleet?
What do you mean?
As far as the wear and tear on the buses?
Our oldest bus
Are you-
right now, I believe, is 14 years old. We are hoping to, we are on the capital replacement cycle, and I'm gonna talk about that a little bit as well. We were fortunate enough with the grace and the great bookkeeping of our treasurer here and the innovation of our superintendent. We were fortunate enough to buy 4 buses with ESSER money. So we kept those 4 buses off of the general fund. So our oldest bus right now, I believe, is 14 years old, and we hope to replace that. Now, when I say 14 years old on a bus is 500,000 miles for some of these buses. You understand what I'm saying? But we are still in the process of catching ourselves up to start moving out the old buses and continue to replacing the fleet on the newer buses.
How much is the average bus?
$85,000.
It's not bad for a bus.
So if you're interested in buying a bus, just
No, yeah, but I don't.
okay, I'm sorry. Nutrition services, it talks about the number of employees. It talks about the number of meals we serve per day, roughly about 3,500 meals per day. 100% of this district qualifies for free and reduced lunch. And that happens because we qualify under the National School Lunch Program, where through the Community Eligibility Program, CEP, 62% of your kids, if they qualify under the standards that are established by the local and county governments in the state of Ohio, the entire student body qualifies. So because 62% of our kids qualify for free and reduced lunch, we serve them all for free. One of the big things we're excited about this year is we are going to start ramping up our summer program again. Pre-pandemic, I think we were in 12 different locations throughout the community, and we served over 22,000 meals throughout the summer. Once the pandemic started, we didn't do that anymore. We had 3 sites where folks were picking up bulk food. This year, we're going back into the communities. We got 5 sites right now that we're going back into the communities, and we're going to serve lunch Monday through Friday in those neighborhoods, apartment complexes, so on and so forth. Building and grounds, it talks about the number of custodians that we have, responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of 5 buildings, over 600,000 square footage of building space, 2,200 acres of land. That is what a lot of people don't understand either. We are responsible for maintaining and the upkeep of not 2,200, 220 acres, which is a whole lot of land. And this includes maintenance of all the athletic fields, excess property, Bob Driver Stadium. The district is responsible for that. We'll talk about that at another day, on another day. And Broadmoor, the Broadmoor complex over here in town. The district is responsible for that as well. So, and we also have an Olympic-sized swimming pool that we are responsible for. We have our maintenance foreman is a certified pool maintenance, has a certified pool maintenance certificate. So he certifies and manages the pool throughout the day. Throughout the year. Technology. Those are the gentlemen that are responsible for technology. Those are the basic details about what that department is responsible for. Currently, the department is responsible for the management and distribution of over 5,000 devices district-wide. So when we talk about all of the devices that are out in this district, we are responsible. That guy over there and 3 other guys are responsible for the management of over 5,000 devices. When you think about devices, you think about walkie-talkies, you think about laptops that we send home, you think about teacher desktops, you think about printers, you think all of those things. We are responsible for the management of that. Here, next slide, please. What this is just a brief overview of all of the projects that we completed with ESSER funds. You can read those for yourself. Some of them safety, some of them additional facilities, upgrades, huge projects replacing the chillers in the building. Our chiller units were going to be, for layman's terms, air conditioning units. Our chiller units, these 2 to 3 ton units that sit on top of the building, they were going to be due for replacement within the next 4 or 5 years. Major issue over at the middle school, that chilling unit was going out constantly. So with the ESSER funds, we were able to replace every chiller unit in the building, in those buildings, and they are continuously pushing fresh air through the buildings at a high capacity, very efficient modern units. All of that other information is up there that you can read on your own. A couple things that I do want to highlight. First, purchased over 350 hotspots for kids. So during the pandemic, when kids went home, we gave them a computer, and if they needed a hotspot and they didn't have internet, we let them have one of those as well. We are not managing those anymore, but we did use ESSER funds for that. All new PA systems, over 1,800 Chromebooks to support the one-to-one initiative, equipped school buses with mobile internet. So during the pandemic, we retrofitted 5 of our school buses, and we put internet access points in those school buses, and we pulled them up in several neighborhoods where we identified low internet activity, and we pulled those buses up and we kept them there all day so students could connect on their laptops and do their homework. So we still have access to those buses, and not access, but we still utilize those buses in different situations. After school, we use them sometimes, but that was a huge one. You can read the rest of them on your own. The future concerns, those are bolded because those are some of the issues that what we want to make sure we understand is that if we're going to continue to do some of these things, we need to figure out a way to pay for them. Inflation, fuel, utilities, food, materials, everything is going up. We're fortunate enough to be a part of a purchasing consortium, so our electricity has been hedged on a surge kilowattage rate for the last 5 years. So what that means is we locked in a rate about 3 or 4 years ago. That renewal is coming up, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to continue to maintain that rate, because our electricity bill is going to shoot up just like your gas bill shot up. Our gas bill shot up a little bit, but we have to go through the same process of heating and cooling all of these buildings, same process you do, just a whole lot more space and a whole lot more time. So we get people in here complaining about it's too cold in here, it's too hot. Guess what? Oh well, because we're on a timer, and a timer and those programs are meant to help us save costs within the district. Yeah, well, 4 of our buildings have been Energy Star certified, so we feel that we are doing the best that we can to be efficient and accountable for the dollars of the taxpayers. Staffing. Bus driving staffing right now is a huge issue. We have 25, 26 was as at the beginning of the year, so we're out 4 bus drivers. We got 4 routes that are uncovered. We figure it out on a daily basis how to do it. So in a situation where we have, say for instance, you look at that those attendance rate and we have 9 bus drivers out, we gotta figure that out. My transportation supervisor, our transportation supervisor, Miss Alicia Starks, does an outstanding job of trying to do the best that she can to make it work. Sometimes it doesn't work according to the time that we send, but one thing we take pride on is getting the kids home. And for the most part, we do a good job of making sure that happens and communicating with families if we're not going to get them home on time. And the biggest concern that that we talk about and Eric and I talk about all the time is the sustainability of the one-to-one program. Pandemic came, we sent everybody home, we gave everybody a computer. It was a great outreach for us. It was a great opportunity to keep our kids engaged. Now, as kids come back into the building, our struggle is the amount of damage, the amount of break fix time, the amount of manpower that we have to put into some of these computers that are just not holding up, because some of them are not meant to go back and forth to home. Some of them are not meant to be carried by little kids. Some of them are meant to be in a cart, you use it in the classroom, and you put it back. So what we are looking at are some other options for students. And one option that we've done some research on, it's a program that's taken place in several counties in Atlanta, outside of Atlanta, DeKalb County, so on and so forth, being the biggest one, is they have a program where they work with the government and they purchase subsidized tablets from the government. The subsidy brings the tablet all the way down to $11 per tablet. So with this $11 per tablet, if we can purchase those up front, get our computers back, bring those back into the classroom, then we can send a tablet home for $11 with everybody. Just send a tablet home with most specifically 6 through 12, because those are the only folks that take them home right now. So 6 through 12th graders will have an Android tablet that they can take home with them. It'll be their tablet. We won't be responsible for it. It'll be their tablet that we give to them. And then they have that at home to use, but when they come into the building, they'll have the cart back in the classroom. So that's one option that we're thinking about, because the amount of damage is the amount of just break fix stuff we do. We're going to need 2 or 3 more people just to keep up with 5,000 devices. And we know, at this point, we really can't afford that. So we got to start looking for some other cost saving options to support our one-to-one program.
How many total drivers do you need?
Right now, I think we're down 5.
5.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we're down 5, and we've advertised everywhere. I've sent it home. But if you go to school districts, everybody's hiring bus drivers. People are getting out of the profession.
Yeah, have we decided to do an open house here? A hiring expo, something like that?
We did partner with the Chamber of Commerce to do an open house here on site, and we were hiring bus drivers at that time as well.
So was that effective, do you
No.
think? No.
Yeah, we did not pick up one driver.
Last year. This
Yeah.
year.
So maybe in the fall, we can do that again.
Do we need to go into Dayton to do this event?
In the what?
They need drivers too, don't they?
Yeah, they do, but
If we send our bus drivers, if we go into Dayton,
They'll get our.
they're gonna come over. We actually have 4 drivers that came to us from the city of Dayton this year, not city of Dayton, from Dayton Public Schools, and one from RTA. They're bouncing around now because the pool has just decreased. So we're gonna keep, and we want to even offer to train them too. We want to do that.
And
I'm
how
getting the
long is your-
Sandman look over here from the
How
treasurer.
long is your
So,
training process?
For
For a non-certified, they have a CDL, but they don't have
that's a quick process. That's probably about a month,
That's
even
quick?
less. That's probably about a month because you already have the CDL. What you have to be trained on is the school bus endorsement, and basically that's how you haul kids. That's what that training process is. But the CDL trainer, our OBI can train for CDLs, but we have to get approved to do that.
So a month is quick of training?
Well,
Safely?
it's quicker
If
than
you have
having
a
a lifetime
CDL.
of problems.
Okay.
Yeah. And it doesn't always take that. But, you know, if she has a job too, is driving the bus, so we gotta set that out. But overall, I think it takes about 4 weeks, maybe a little less.
Did you mean to host the open fair
Yes,
somewhere in
yes,
Dayton?
somewhere.
You didn't mean to
Yeah.
like partner with?
No, not
Oh,
partner.
okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I thought you said going to date in one of their schools will start.
No.
I don't think that's what you.
Mr. Howard, I really want to thank you for breaking down the operations, because a lot of this, I'm gonna be honest, I was ignorant to, and it's not as easy as one would think. Once you give out the number of trips, mileage, and, you know, not just you, but everyone, it's just not as easy as you think. So sometimes, including myself, I sit behind here like, well, why don't you just do this, or you could just do that? It's not that easy, so thank you for breaking it down. And like I said, everyone else, grant writing, principals, teachers, all. It's not that easy, it's challenging, and like I said, COVID put a halt on the world, on the way we do things. So for us being able to adjust and have a decent outcome with the adjustments, I really appreciate it.
And as always, you know, I appreciate my bus drivers, the ones that come through and that are responsible for my grandson, but
They
all of
are
the
a,
bus drivers that I've worked with, you know, they've been excellent.
They're a particular group to work with, but they love these kids,
They
love
do.
their jobs.
And they take good care of
and
them.
most of them love these kids.
I do have a question in regards to maintenance. Is there a special grant or special funding for repairs? Because I did go to the middle school and the library, some of the ceiling is falling apart.
Yeah.
It needs some upgrade. And how often, do you have it itemized as total cost that you spent last year in building repairs?
So through our budgeting process, we do have a certain amount of funds that are allotted for certain things. Middle school this summer, they have a roofing issue, and that's why you see some of that. You know, we're not going to go in there. We're not going to shut the library down until school is out, because we don't want to take that away from them. But this summer we do have a roofing contractor coming in, and we're going to start addressing some of those water issues that are happening over at the middle school. So we are aware of that. We are aware of that concern.
And how old are these buildings? Because shouldn't some of the stuff still be under warranty?
Oh,
or
no.
no?
Oh,
okay.
The high school is 2005. 2005.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah, high school's 2005. The
And that was the
middle school campus is 7, and I think the elementaries are 6. Around that. Everything between 2005 and 2008.
Well, I commend you then, because they look fairly new, and you maintain them really well, if they're that old, so.
Well, I appreciate that,
Yeah.
sir. But I will give all the credit to the guys in the department, because that's their responsibility. Right?
Thank
Thank you,
Any
sir.
other comments, questions? If not, thank you so much, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, good job. And last but surely not least, J.C. Malley.
Drum roll,
That's right,
please.
not least, Student Services.
So, I know in the sake of time, so I think I just have like maybe 3 or 4 slides, and I won't go over all of them because you all have access to them. But the first slide, it just kind of talks about the actual student services department. So it shares with you that it's not just student services and special education. All of that falls up under that they provide are supported through student services, if that makes sense. And so, up under each of those areas where it talks about what those, services are, it also tells you those numbers next to the schools are how many individuals are in each of the buildings to support those services. And so, I'm just going to focus today, on mental health, because I know there were some questions about mental health supports and mental health there. So in that area, the ELC would have one individual, Madison Park has an individual, Westbrook has an individual, and the middle school and high school have two individuals that are supported, actually that are identified mental health therapists. And so a document that I did prepare. I know there were some questions or concerns, in regards to how many services are duplicated in regards to mental health. And so mental health services and most of our services are provided to students on a tiered level, if that makes sense. And so the document that you have in front of you that I presented, it tells you which organizations or agencies that we work with that provide services that are more of a tier one kind of support. They can work with any students in the building. They should be offering individual services and some group services if they need to, and services for families. So our Dayton Children's Resiliency Coordinators, I know you keep hearing about resiliency coordinators. They would be an example of a group that offers tier one supports, okay? And so a tier one mental health support also, it is not necessarily a student who has been diagnosed with a mental health diagnosis, if that makes sense. So it may be a student or a family who's just struggling. The resiliency coordinators actually help families find supports and resources as well. So it may be some family resources and supports that they need, or it may be something that the student specifically needs.
Is that going to change next year? Because I had an interview with a lady who's a student resilient coordinator, and they're losing their funding at Children's, so they're downsizing.
So, if you look up under each of the areas where it talks about resiliency coordinators, so where it says Adamus and some other agencies like Children's, where they work together, all of these agencies were able to receive funding through ESSER. So as ESSER is leaving, yes, some of the supports will be transitioning and leaving. So where you see resiliency coordinator Adamus, those individuals work in Trotwood, but they are not Trotwood employees. They work for either Dayton Children's or Adamus, three other agencies, and they're just working in Trotwood.
So you can say that the services are effective, correct?
Yes.
And what is our plan since this is going away? What's our future for
So,
like?
we are going to continue to look for we do have money in our general fund. We don't have, we don't know how much we have, so I'll have to say that offhand. So, we may have to hire more mental health therapists through other agencies. We just have to continue to look, because our students are still gonna need the supports. And, our teachers are not therapists. They are not, and they are being required to provide a lot of supports, a lot of extra, but they are not therapists. And it's not easy to find a therapist either. Therapists can go they can go a lot of places.
Yeah.
Good money.
Yeah, what kind of training, so if I'm hiring for a therapist, what am I looking for in their qualifications?
So they would have to have a certification to be a mental health therapist.
Oh,
There's
okay,
a degree and
okay.
certifications you have to be an
Okay.
identified MHT.
Okay, but we don't hire them, they're
So
actually
we don't have
hired.
any that are employed by Trotwood.
Right,
Yes.
so we don't do the hiring. They
Exactly.
just send them to us.
Right. And so that's the same with Samaritan as well.
Okay.
Samaritan Health. They provide the most therapists for us at a decent rate, if that makes sense.
Would you be able to do a presentation to the board of if we lose a lot of our mental health therapists, how many should the district hire? What is that cost looking like? Where are they being placed? How many hours are they needed? Because mental health is very important nowadays, and we need to come up with an alternative to help our children. So I hope that we can do something like that.
And we're trying to put some other things in place. I know you've heard us talk about conscious discipline, some other things. Those are programs and practices that also, and it's really a program and a framework and a structure that helps the staff members work on their own self-regulation, and
Right.
when we're dealing with, students who are unregulated, which is
Right.
basically what you're at.
And I think you make a good point there, because, if you're a teacher and you're having this constant disruption because students do have these issues, then that can wear, it can wear on you. Yeah, to provide the proper instruction or whatever you need. That was one of the things I liked about the presentation we got, where that program provides an opportunity for teachers to identify some of those students that can remain in school, and not only, so our old in-school suspension, we just put them in the room with, an instructor. But this one seems to be our in-school suspension with mental health. And it's more targeted and focused for those students to make sure. So I don't know if that's tier 1, 2, or 3.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like it's pretty much like tier 2. 'Cause
Okay.
Tier one is your everyday kid who goes
Okay,
to school
right.
every day, and whatever you're providing for basic kids,
Yeah.
it works for them. Tier 2 kids are the ones who need some more.
Yeah,
And so they have to be strategic in ISS. It can't just be
Right.
a room where
Right.
kids are sitting and getting work.
Yeah.
There have to be some individuals in there that can do some restorative conversations with the
Right,
student. They
right.
decide if, before the student goes back to class, maybe we need to have a restorative conference
Right,
with the teachers
right.
as well, instead of just, okay, you did your time in ISS, now just go back to
right, right. So that, and I don't know if we're looking at that, but
Yeah,
I think
you've
that
met
is
with,
one.
Mr. Logan, is that the one, is that the one you're mentioning?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that's what you were talking about. I thought you
Right.
were asking what's happening currently in our
Yeah.
in-school
Right.
suspensions.
Right,
Yeah.
but I know that you
And
had,
so-
met with him, and you
Yes.
said that he works with the group that then would have to send him to us, is that?
No, so when I sat with, you're talking about Mr. Logan, his
Right.
presentation.
Uh-huh.
His organization is Empowering to Elevate, and they provide, SEL therapists and an SEL coach to districts. So depending on how your district operates, I think when he was here at the board, what he was sharing is the school district that he works in with Pickwa,
Uh-huh.
they have some kind of group where they go in and do some things with some classes and things like that. So
Okay.
his program works specifically with the district to provide with the district needs based on how their
Right.
district is structured, if that
Okay.
makes sense. And he was referencing working with the ESC and Pickwa and how they work
Okay.
together and do some things. And so I can share, we did have a conversation and talk about some possibilities of some options for supports for our district.
Okay.
But again, it's costly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Tracy, is there an acronym for SBIRT?
ESPER, yes, so that is, I put it on their document, so they would know. Screening, brief
I see.
intervention, referral to treatment.
Is that the whole thing? I have it.
That's on the
Uh,
second
refer-
page.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you.
And so the things that I know that we probably will have, that we did have before ESSER, so the ESPER providers, the signs of suicide, more than likely Adamus will still provide those individuals. They may be paying them now through ESSER, but they were sustaining those individuals before ESSER.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So, but the resiliency coordinators that are coming through children's, definitely, I know children's is probably looking at their options, as we all are. We have several staff members that are, currently
So are you, lack of better words, the direct supervisor to your psychologists and your intervention specialists?
So, no.
No.
I am not.
Oh, okay.
So, the direct supervisors for the intervention specialists, which are the special education teachers,
Mhm.
are their building teachers.
Oh,
They're
okay.
there every day to see the instruction that they're providing or not providing in the classroom, et cetera. So I have special education coordinators who work with the buildings to make sure they are compliant, because, if those who have students with a disability know that, IEPs have to be done at a certain time, they have to be written the correct way. But the building principal is supposed to work with the coordinator to make sure that those intervention specialists are providing interventions, instruction, or whatever they're supposed to be providing for those individuals.
I'd like to talk to you offline regarding that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. In the caseload, so, the actual caseloads, those are for Samaritan primarily?
So the first box is Samaritan.
Okay.
Yes, so Samaritan only really works with students who are tier 3 or tier 2 or tier 3. These are students with identified mental health concerns.
Okay.
And so some of those students are on an IEP, so they would definitely receive priority services.
Okay.
And then some of those students are not, just because
Okay.
you may have a mental health concern, you may not, still be a student with a disability, actually. And
Okay.
so when you look at Samaritan, so you see the ones that are pending, and then of course the middle school and high school, they have 2 therapists, and those are the numbers for those therapists.
The 4013,
Yes.
what does the
So-
13 mean?
So the schools both started off with 1 therapist, and because of the high needs, they needed to get another therapist.
Okay.
And so, the therapists who had already kind of been working with some kids and building a relationship, it was best thought that they would keep those kids, some of those kids on their caseload, and not just split them down the middle and
Right.
give them to a new therapist, and they had already built that relationship.
Okay.
And so, there's still some room there for, of course, those other therapists, because if you see what the max
Right.
caseload really should be. And that's a number that is kind of fluid. It's still it depends on the need of the students.
Okay.
And, so it's not always easy to just say 40 is the cutoff.
Right.
Depending on what their needs
All right.
but you also look at what the needs are, and one therapist still can only provide so
Right.
much support for a
Right.
group of students that's gonna be impactful support.
Right, yeah.
Is our therapists, LSWs, are they social workers as well, or no?
No, so
No.
they are not, the social worker is totally separate, you see them
Okay.
as a different box.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, any other comments, board? If not, thank you so much. I want to make sure that I recognize our building, our district nurse, Ms. Calloway. There was an issue and she personally said, I will come and address this myself, and she has done that, so thank you so much.
And also I love your secretary. I just love her. So give big kudos to her.
Thank you.
And you,
And now, I think
President
those,
Freeman,
oh,
just one more thing,
Ms.
please.
Allen.
In front of you, you guys had asked me on Thursday to give you the amount of what it would cost for the counselors. And there were 4 counselors at the high school. I think the 5th one was Linda Connor, who will be leaving, so I don't think she'll be working those 5 days. So I gave you the 4, and that was the total amount on $7,563.60 for those 5 days. So I just wanted to make sure that you all received that information that you asked for at this meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judy Freeman, I have a question about this.
yes.
Can that overage, those 5 days, be paid out of ESSER?
The question Ms. Moore asked.
We would
was-
just, we could look at it. We can look at it. I can't
Okay,
say right this second, but we can look at that.
Okay,
Yes,
just-
we can look at it.
okay.
Yeah, we'll just look at it and see.
Yeah, I know it's
Okay.
additional supports for
Mhm.
students.
Yeah. Okay, we'll look at it. Okay.
So the follow-up question, Ms. Allen, would be, can the extra days for the counselors be paid from ESSER?
to go. We
Yes.
just now need to know where
Yeah.
the money's gonna come
Okay.
from.
We'll look at that.
Okay, if that's I believe that is the end of our reports, and now we move to item 7, which is the executive session. But before we move into executive session, I want to thank all of the staff for coming out and being with us this morning on this beautiful day, and want you to go and enjoy the rest of it. So thank you. So now I would like a motion to move into executive session. And I don't have the reasons here to discuss personnel. I can't get my computer is saying, it's Saturday. I work when I want to.
Do you want me to go get it?
today.
I'll run and get, do you want to?
If you don't mind.
We could just look at one of the other board docs.
Yeah.
Is it
I've
the,
got,
is it the
you
same?
have it?
Yeah.
I have it.
Okay,
Right
thank
there.
you.
That's what I said, this was.
Oh, I had it too. I'm sorry.
I have it with me.
Okay, good.
A motion to enter into executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual per Board of Ed Policy 0166 and ORC 12122. Action may be taken.
I'll move that we, move into executive session for the reasons stated.
I second.
It's been properly moved by Ms. Moore and second by Mr. Anderson. Ms. Allen, would you call the roll?
Yes, Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Cherry.
Yes.
And Mrs. Judah Freeman.
Yes, the motion passed. We will enter into executive session at 12:06.